are recording. I would ask you all to please rise for the invocation. Today's invocation is going to be led by Pastor Hardy with City Church, who we just appointed to our Barisi Village TERS. So thank you for being here, Pastor Hardy. And please stay standing for the pledges afterwards.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me. Everybody ready to have a good meeting?
Awesome.
Yes.
Good. Well, then we ought to pray. Heavenly Father, as we look around, we see people here of goodwill, Texans, people who are invested in Nueces County. We want to honor you this morning by remembering that we are one state under God. And in order that we might have your favor, we also ask that you would allow us not only to work under you, but with you. And that you would give us a spirit of unity, even while we think and we contribute independently. We thank you for the privilege of being able to gather in freedom to do good work. As we come into the holy seasons of Passover and Easter, we are reminded that you are a powerful God, a good God, one who is engaged and interested in the affairs of men. And so we invite you to be a part of this meeting quietly in your spirit, working in and through us. Give us ears to hear and good minds to think and good decisions to make, that we may leave this meeting today satisfied that good work has been done. And I pray this as a pastor and Christian in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. We have all commissioners present. It is Wednesday, April the 9th. We are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County courtroom. It is 9:09, and I call this meeting to order. Do we have any announcements or disclosures of conflict of interest? We can always do that when the item comes up if you fail to do so. Moving on to item E, adopt the following resolutions. E1, in recognition of the 2024-2025. They're coming in, so let them all get in here first. I was wondering where everybody was. Great. In recognition of the 2024-25 Veterans Memorial High School Boys Basketball Team. And Ms. Emily is going to read that resolution.
Whereas the Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial Boys Basketball Team is led by head coach Billy White Jr., assistant coaches Darius Rice, Fred Keith, Justice Honey, Leighton Hernandez, athletic trainers Dalton Jennings, Taylor Johnson, Kaya Grant, Beth Balzadua, Rhodey Davos, managers Isaiah Rodriguez, Kent Johnson, Nia White, superintendent Dr. Roland Hernandez, principal Scott Walker, athletic director Brenda Marshall, athletic coordinator Ben Bentner. Whereas the Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial Boys basketball players include Charles Perry Jr., Jeremiah Moynihan, Elijah Brown, Isaiah Early, Billy White III, Jaron Couture, Dion Meadows, Jeremiah Moore, Sean Mondragon, Joaquin Trevino, Noah Andres, Nick Zarguni, Zach Hampton, Dylan Durbin, and whereas the Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial Boys basketball team finished a successful 2024-2025 season with an overall record of 39-1 and were the undefeated district champions, 5A D1 Region 4 champions, and the 5A D1 state semifinalists. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court in Nueces County, does hereby recognize the Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial Boys basketball team for their athletic accomplishments and achievements for the 2024-2025 basketball season.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And I believe we have some coaches here who might want to say a few words. Thank you very much for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
Yes.
having us.
Yes.
It was a incredible season
Might
for
push
us.
the mic up. Yes.
It was an incredible season for us this year. We have a great group of young men, as you can see, and the great thing about it is, I mean, these guys stuck together throughout the entire season, and we were undefeated throughout the entire season until we finally lost in the state semifinals game. But we traveled all over the state. We went to San Antonio. We played San Antonio's teams, Houston teams, Dallas teams. We've gone all over the place trying to make sure that everyone understands that there's great basketball being played here in Corpus Christi, Texas. So we're excited about what we were able to accomplish this year. Unfortunately, we fell a game short of our goal, our overall goal, but what these guys did this year was exceptional, and I'm really extremely proud of each and every one of them. And again, thank you guys for having us this morning.
Thank you.
Judge, if I could just say, Commissioner Gonzalez and I share Veterans Memorial High School and you know, who we represent, and so it's an honor to have you guys here. It was really fun to watch y'all play this year. I was able to make a few games, and wow is all I can say. 39-1, and you did. You played a grueling schedule. You pretty much ran through your district and didn't have a lot of challenges there, but your non-district schedule and your playoff schedule was amazing. And what Coach didn't say is I think pretty much everybody comes back. I'm sure you got a senior or two, but you got a lot of people coming back. So we're expecting to see this again. And right? Okay, so we're going to have you back. We'll go ahead and plan that next year. Next year it'll be with the state championship behind you. But I don't think people understand what a big deal this is when it's the D1, which there's two divisions now. They've changed that. They did it like football now. And so there's two divisions, and this is the higher division because it's a bigger school. So they play in the highest division of 5A and got to the state semifinals. I don't know when the last time that happened in Corpus Christi. So that's an amazing accomplishment. We're really proud of you. I know how hard a school veterans is, and I know how hard you work in the classroom. And so we really appreciate not only your leadership on the court, but your skills in the classroom. And that's really, super important as well. And we're here to honor you for your basketball, but don't sleep on that school. We know you don't. We know how tough your coaches are on you on that as well, too. I've known your coach a long time, and I was really glad to hear, and I talked to Coach and Billy outside, I was really glad to hear you were visiting TCU this week, my alma mater, and, just a little plug in case you need to, make a decision. We'd love to have you as a Horned Frog, too. So anyway, congratulations. I know you got a lot of talent on this team and a lot of great guys, so thank you for being here, and we're very pleased to honor you today.
Yes. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you want to speak?
I just want to thank the coaches for everything you guys do, all the time you spend with this young man here. Without your leadership, they probably wouldn't get where they are now either. So I want to thank you for all you guys do. Really appreciate you. And I'm sure they do too. And I see a couple of guys here that are tall enough, maybe go play college somewhere or maybe go play professional down the road. And, but don't forget, we've got a good university too down here. MOCC got a good basketball team too. So, don't go too far, right? But wherever you go, guys, remember education. It's the most important thing you can have, better than basketball. Because that's going to be with you forever. It's going to be your future. It's going to be your livelihood. So think about education. All right? Good luck, and thank you for all you're doing. Appreciate it. God bless you guys.
Yes, absolutely.
And Judge, he's 100% right. Go A&M Corpus Christi too, Billy. I mean, I don't want to get in trouble there either. So either one. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I give him all the credit, man. But A&M Corpus Christi or TCU
Wherever
just
you
not
go,
Texas
we say,
Tech.
Come back to Corpus.
Wait a minute.
Let's
Now
see.
you got
Who
them all
was in the
riled up.
Sweet 16 this year?
Fair. See, we need your help. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
But congratulations to all of you. A well-deserved congratulations. And I mean that sincerely. Whatever you do in life and wherever it leads you and everything, we certainly hope that you choose to come back here and make this your home with your families as well. So
Don't forget, if you don't go play basketball, no more college.
Yes.
Down the road,
We've
Delmar
got
College.
Delmar right here.
All right,
so,
one of the
yes.
best, one of the best.
We have a resolution for you, and we'd love to take a photo with you guys if y'all want to come up here. We might need the taller guys to go to the back. We might bring the commissioners down.
I don't see any short ones. That means you're all going to be back here.
That's what I meant, bring us down. We can probably all get in the circle. We can get, I forget we don't have our cameras in here now, too.
Whatever your call.
Hey, Joe, you can stand on that chair.
I can see everybody. This is the easiest picture. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
One more. 1, 2, 3. You'll be like, get my card.
But you're all right. You made it. That's right. Yeah, the team that beat us won it all. That's how you can go, right? Yeah.
Good. Next item up on the agenda is in recognition of the month of April 2025 as Safe Digging Month, and Joanne Salty is, or hey, I'm going to read it. I'm sorry, I have somebody else in my notes. Okay.
Whereas each year Nueces County's underground utility infrastructure is put at risk due to unintentional damage caused by failure to call 811, the national call before you dig phone number, to have underground lines located and identified before digging. And whereas failing to call 811 before digging can lead to undesired consequences such as service interruptions, environmental damage, personal injury. And whereas the Nueces County, City of Corpus Christi Local Emergency Planning Committee and the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council are committed to promoting safe digging practices and preventing damages to underground utilities in the county. These organizations actively advocate for the National 811 notification system to help reduce these damages. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 as Safe Digging Month in Nueces County on behalf of the Pipeline Damage Prevention Subcommittee of the Nueces County, City of Corpus Christi, LEPC, and the Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council. Homeowners and contractors throughout the county are strongly encouraged to always call 811 before digging. Remember, safe excavation is no accident. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 9th day of April, 2025.
So moved.
Second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. So now maybe Joanne is going to speak. Do you want to speak? Yes. Chief Wade? Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you again for inviting us here and recognizing the LEPC and the Safe Digging Month. And we are, I'm fortunate and privileged to be part and chair for the LEPC, which is made up from our partners from the county, the city, our private industry partners such as Enbridge and others. And while we try to put community awareness out there, and one of the big things that we do is the safe digging, and while we're recognizing it for the month, we know it's important all year long. Absolutely. And it's not just for, damaging utilities. What we're really looking to do is to keep homeowners, contractors, the community safe from any sort of line strikes, and also to reduce the property damage. But it is about the safety of our community. So we just want to thank you for recognizing this important mission that the LEPC helps push and the 811 call. So thank you very much for the recognition and the work that Joanne does to help lead this group into great things. So thank you again.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to Joanne? I've called you. You're more than welcome to speak about this very important issue. Those of us in the construction business know far too well what can happen when you don't do these things. Yes.
Again, I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. I would like to recognize Randy Brock with the city's gas department. He serves as our chair of the committee. Vincent Harris is with Enbridge, and he is the vice chair. And Amanda Wolf serves as our pipeline liaison. So we do have a wonderful group of folks that support us and help us educate the community. Our goal, whether it's pipelines or facilities or whatever the situation, if there's chemicals involved, our goal is to educate the community and make sure that we all return home safely. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We have a resolution for y'all as well if you want to come forward and take a picture. I think we all know how very important this is, and we do this annually. I didn't ask if y'all wanted to speak. No. Yeah.
We're a lot easier for a picture.
That's right.
We do have a couple of
No 6 foot 7.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Of course, the tall guy stands right in the middle. Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Trying, right? That's all we can do.
I tried to get you everything.
Good morning. Good to see you, sir. Good meeting you around there. Thank you for your work.
Yeah, it was crooked.
I know you're telling me. That's good.
Next up, we have public comment. First, I have Suzanne Gallagher up to speak. You have 3 minutes, and we can't respond. You've done this before.
A couple times. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Suzanne Gallagher. I live in the county, just outside the city limits. I'm here representing concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen. Once again, we would like to state that we are 100% against Avena clean hydrogen or ammonia or whatever they call themselves these days. And we must insist that no abatements be offered to them from any of our elected officials. This week, Channel 6 did a story on our group and some things we have going on, and the story ended up with them saying they reached out to Avena for comment, and Avena failed to get back to them, which is not surprising. This is more of the same. They don't think they have to that they have to respond to us as a group, and now they don't even think they have to respond to the local news. Our group puts a lot of effort into attending all of the meetings that have to do with water, as we've learned that that has a lot to do with how this is going to go. We keep up with CC Water. They attend Water District Number 3, South Texas Water Authority, Nueces River Authority, and it's become apparent that at times the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Sometimes these different agencies are at cross purposes, and there are even some outright conflicts of interest with some people that serve on these boards or advise these boards regarding their ties to the port and industry. We've learned that many states, in many states, in order to dig and drill for groundwater, there has to be permitting, and the state is involved. In Texas, it's our understanding, and if this is wrong, I'm not saying it's irrefutable. If it's wrong, it's not for our lack of trying to understand. But it's our understanding that that comes to the county, and that all the counties surrounding Nueces do regulate, permit, regulate, and provide some type of oversight on drilling. The reason I bring this up is lots of citizens have been reaching out to us as a group. They want to know what we know, because Avina talked about, sometime last year, Avina talked about drilling wells. Now with the city drilling wells for water, lots of people are worried about their wells. They want to know what's going on. And so we as a group just want to bring this up, that we feel like maybe the county ought to, I don't know what y'all know. I don't know what anybody knows about it. It just sounds like to me that if people are out there drilling millions of gallons of groundwater willy-nilly every day, that people with shallow wells and shallow pockets should maybe be concerned about people with deep wells and deep pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Carrie Moore.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Carrie Moore. I'm just here to introduce myself as the new field representative for Congressman Cloud. He represents everyone in 14 counties, and I am the field representative for the southern 6 counties. So my job is to be his eyes and ears on the ground for all of his constituents and the commissioners and city council. So I will be available with my contact information. If you need anything at all, I'm his eyes and ears. So let me know. I will be around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly, Carrie, I'm sorry. Can you get the information to Peyton next door in the judge's office?
She has it.
Thank you.
Yeah, she'll get it. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public comment that did not have the opportunity to sign up? Yes, go ahead.
If I can get my microphone, there will work. Okay. Just a point of information. And I don't ever remember permitting for drilling ever coming through the county. In the state of Texas, just for your information, all the drilling activities falls under the regulations of the Railroad Commission. So whether it's oil and gas or water or whatever, Railroad Commission regulates all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no more people that wish to speak on public comment, we will move on to item G, board appointments. G1, the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities. We received letters of intent from all incumbents.
Judge, I'd make a motion to reappoint all the incumbents.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? The motion is to reappoint all the incumbents with their letters of intent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 2, the South Texas Water Authority. We have one letter of intent from Angela Pena, one resignation from Kathleen Lohman, and one new application from Tanya Lahan. So that would make it 2 openings, and we have 2 people asked to be on.
Judge, I would make a motion to reappoint Angela Pena and to appoint our new applicant.
Tanya Lahan.
Tanya Long, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Should have said that, my bad.
That's okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm abstaining,
One
Judge.
abstain, yes.
And I have that filed.
Yes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Yes. Moving on to our consent agenda. Is there anything that any commissioner wishes to pull out of the consent agenda for further discussion?
Judge, I'd
Yes, go ahead.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
A second. Any other discussion? Any items, Commissioner Gonzalez? No. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda, 3A1, we are going to receive a presentation from the President and CEO of Del Mar College, Mr. Mark Escamilla, on the Freedom to Dream initiative. Thank you for being here. Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Again, Mark Escamilla, President of Del Mar College. It's my honor to be here before you. Thank you, Judge Scott, for this invitation. Commissioners, I'm honored to be before you, both as representatives of our great county and I dare say across the board, my dear friends and neighbors. I appreciate this very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose for today's presentation is it's multifolded, and I'll begin with a little bit of housekeeping, and there'll be some documents supporting the presentation I'm about to make with some presentation materials on the table behind me. Joining me today is our Vice President of College Relations, Chief of Staff Jeff Olson, as well as our new Associate Vice President, Dr. Natalie Biadial for External Affairs and Governmental Affairs. So that's the team that I was joined with up in the front. So today, this initiative is just it's a game changer for our college and our community. I'd like to give a little bit of context. And coming off the heels of the 88th legislature, we're in the 89th right now, but coming off the heels of the 88th legislature, we were able to, both my chair of our Board of Regents, Carol Scott, and myself, were able to serve on some just life-changing legislation that really prepped the ground, if you will, for this type of initiative that we're talking about here. We basically changed the way community college finance was done. Moving fast and forward, today I'm talking about an opportunity that it's going to come to, as it's coming to fruition because of that legislation, which was called House Bill 8. It's called the Freedom to Dream Tuition Waiver Program. Del Mar College is now making access to education to a great number of students more affordable than ever before. The program is basically, again, about access. If I can go to the next slide. I know someone is watching. Thank you all very much. It's about, again, it's a program that's going to be designed to cover full tuition and fees for up to 3 years for certain groups of students coming in. Okay? And it's designed to remove, again, those financial barriers and empower students to take on this most valuable instruction and training at Del Mar College for both academic transfer and technical programs on the credit side. And I'll talk a little bit more. I'll take a little deeper dive on the next slide. Who's eligible for this? Well, because this is a pilot program for Del Mar College, and it's been approved by the Del Mar College Board of Regents, it is designed for a particular group of students. We can't do this for all, unfortunately. But it's designed for high school graduates and Commissioner Gonzalez, GED students who are near and dear to our hearts. And they're both included in this. They're dual credit students coming in from, regardless of the number of credits, coming in from various high schools and adult learners. The only constraint that I'd like to put on around this is that Del Mar College's tax base are the only schools and residents that are going to be included in this at this time, again, as a pilot program. But that is the municipality of Corpus Christi and and the 5 big school districts within Corpus Christi, as well as parts of London and parts of Robstown, depending on how the lines are drawn because of the municipality boundaries of Corpus Christi. Again, let me talk a little bit about these students. These are high school graduates that are coming in the class of 2025. GED students as well, because we know there are both of those, and we value and love all of them equally. And we appreciate them because they become our leaders for the future. Again, dual credit students. I'm repeating these categories here because it's very important. Dual credit students matriculating from those high schools, coming in with whatever number of credits. In fact, we want them to come in with more credits than not, because that's the sooner that they will graduate and move on to their aspirations. And again, the adult learners, here's something I want to really focus a little bit of time on. The adult learners must have 12 or fewer college credits completed. So these are the 28-year-olds, the 25-year-olds, the 35, the 55-year-olds, those that have been out there, that have been out of school, and say, you know what, I want to go back. I want to take that opportunity to come back and dive into the curriculum and take advantage of this and retrain, reskill, and prepare, and or go on to university. And we know that they're out there, and we know it's going to be hard. But there's going to be certain parameters we're going to have to put around them. But we're getting around our adult learners just as we are matriculating high school transfers. Next slide, please. The in-district residency, I kind of went over that a little bit, but those are the primary areas right there. Those school districts are primary school districts, and I'm proud to say that we've had, in just a very short period of time, this was just passed in March by our Board of Regents, and we're moving very, very fast, but we've already had upwards of 12 meetings, both with seniors and prospective juniors as well, but parents at all of these high schools. Commissioner Pusley, I'm waiting for the information to see when Cal Allen is going to pop up and get on their calendar. We're watching very closely. We will not miss them, I assure you. I've been attending as many of these as I can, trying to balance with my son's baseball games. You know how that works. And so, but the team is out there in earnest. And I'm proud to say that currently, as we've been presenting this program across the county, across the city and the district, college district, that we have this morning, Judge, I'll update the number. It's now over 1,100 prospective students in the hopper, if you will, awesome, waiting to get more information and be matriculated and registered. Of course, registration for Del Mar College began on Monday. Final slide, please. Those are the information sessions. I keep getting ahead of myself on these kinds of things, but the information sessions, there's a few out there. You can check us out on our website at delmar.edu, and the Freedom to Dream tuition waiver program will be the moniker that you will follow to assist you in any of these presentations. Informational sessions we'll have at our campuses, as well as parent nights. Seniors, we're meeting the seniors at their lunch hours. We're in the cafeterias in the middle of the day. They're squeezing us in at all the school districts and so forth. Just in summary, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is a pilot program that we believe will change the very complexion of our student profile, which is largely commuter and part-time. It's a lifestyle that's been around for, we do not have traditional dorms and or residence halls and so forth, so we're non-residential. And so the lifestyle of part-time is something that we have been focusing in on and trying to change for the purposes of completion, success, and for the workforce. You know, everyone talks about water. It's always water and workforce. Well, I like to say that we are the golden goose for workforce training here in our area of the Coastal Bend, and as such, we feel that this program will change that metric of that part-time student to more full-time students, so that they can get out, get into the workforce, get into the universities, get into the to transfer to our local universities and the like more quickly and more efficiently with the most cost-effective way possible. Again, these are focused on tax-paying people living in the tax district, therefore one way or another paying into the tax base, and it's a return to that investment that they're making in our institution. And again, this is we think a game-changing opportunity. We're going to save lives and in ways that we've never done before through education. I know I'm preaching to the choir up here as our Commissioners Court. This concludes my report. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I'd like to start off just by being a parent of a high school senior that we've talked about Del Mar a lot. I told my son last night about this presentation, how excited I was. I don't know if he's ready for college yet. I think he wants to take a break, but we're not going to let him do that. But we always promote how important Del Mar is. We always tell him, look, if college academics is not for you, like a traditional 2 or 4 year degree, then go get certified. Go get a certificate at least. Go learn to weld. Go pick up one of the amazing programs that are there ready to get you in the workforce within a year or two. My wife got her associates as a dental assistant, then later on went back to dental hygiene program, which is one of the top in the state.
Yes.
And that's where she got her degree and has made an amazing profession out of that. And she's now a junior, going to be a senior in the bachelor's program that you are offering. And so for us, Del Mar is so important. And of course, I graduated from Del Mar before I went on to A&M Corpus Christi and graduated from there. So it's important. We live pretty close by, within 10 minutes away from Del Mar. I want to call it the East Campus. I don't know the names anymore.
It's hard for me too, Commissioner.
But I love seeing the new administration building, which used to be, I guess, Heritage Hall.
Yes.
But I drive by there almost every day. So all of that's taking on that new life, that renovation, in addition to all the programs that you're offering. Everyone that we have in our community should be taking part of this somehow, some way, whether it's through the certificate programs or at least getting their few years to go on to a 4-year institution or stay at Del Mar now. That's an amazing option. I had a niece that graduated and started the RN program during COVID at Del Mar.
Yeah.
And so that was a struggle in itself, and did a lot of hybrid courses. And I know that's kind of led into this now online program that you're offering for bachelors, and then I know there's other programs on the way. But for me, I just can't speak enough about Del Mar because the opportunities it's given myself and my family, and also just as we see people who are looking for where do they need to go in life, Del Mar is an excellent example of where you can go to find yourself, to get you started on that degree, or to get you right into that profession within a couple of years. I always tell people I went to Del Mar and I was working on my MD program because it took me about 8 years to graduate from there. And but I understand. It was a little bit mix of part-time mixed in with that, also working full-time. But it, great professors, great education that I was able to get there. And we see of how, as the judge mentioned earlier and Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned earlier, to our young men who were here, don't forget about Del Mar. Amazing institution. And so I just thank y'all for taking this on. This is so exciting. Yes. When I saw that this was coming on the agenda, I thought, wow, this is a great time just to promote it as much as we can. So I thank you for taking your time on that, because it truly is an amazing group of people, professors, educators who are there committed to helping our community. And like you said, that payback, that buyback into the community, hopefully they'll stay and contribute by becoming taxpayers and just living here in homes here in our community. All that adds up, and this is, I think, a big way to help our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. One point I'd like to make, and want to hear more, please, is this will be up to 3 years. The students will sign an agreement. Okay, not a contract per se, but essentially an agreement, and they'll have up to 3 years. And if they have to begin in a remedial developmental ed class, they have that opportunity. Okay, so many of our students have a foot in one area of at least one area of developmental ed, and that's important. And it's a specific, and I'm really I'm speaking some educationese, but it is an important factor. So that they'll have up to 3 years to gain as much credit as possible. They'll have to be full-time students as well. That was the other point. They have to get in. They have to commit. They have to sign this agreement. They're going to have to go through mandatory advising. They're going to have to maintain a 2.0 GPA along the way. This is a wonderful, wonderful privilege that they're going to have to keep and earn and put skin in the game to get through this program.
I'd like to say a couple of things. It's going to be, we go back, I don't know, since you first came on board and as president, but maybe 15 years ago.
Yes,
and we fought, for a while. Del Mar, and I really appreciate Del Mar, was the only university I know, the only college that I know, junior college, that opened the door to GED.
Sir.
We had that program there at Del Mar. Maybe that's the reason why, but now everybody wants GED. For whatever reason, all the universities don't mind taking GEDs, and they'll open the door to GEDs. We have a bunch of them at Temu CC, we have a bunch of them at Queensdale, and Del Mar. So, but as we go along, and you mentioned the program, I'm glad that GED was part of that program.
Absolutely.
Because we've always talked about GEDs and high school students.
Commissioner, your name has come up more than once along this way, and the word freedom and dreams are not just made up. They're not just words that we've brought out there, but our forefathers, and we all know who we're talking about, Dr. Hector Garcia and others, and so forth, are the ones that really have inspired us to build upon this notion of education being our freedom and so forth. But Commissioner Gonzalez, Jack, your name is written all over. It's got your fingerprints all over it, I promise you.
Well, I just want to say, finally, it is a dream come true.
It is.
For a lot of our students that are struggling, and of course we keep them for 3 years too, 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
But at least now we can say apply for that too, right?
Yes.
Can they do that?
Yes.
If they're in our program, can they apply for your program?
Yes.
Then we just supplement what they need, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So tuition and fees will be covered, and books and other things. Here's the other thing too, and really quickly, this is the first dollar in. This is not that they need to apply for financial aid necessarily, if or at all. They can apply for financial aid on top of this. They can apply for scholarships on top of that. And as aggressive as they want to be with seeking out these funds, they can really prepare themselves to focus to get in and get out. And so this is different than other programs that have been out there, including our very own Promise program that was the last dollar in other words, financial aid first and all these other. This is come in, you qualify, you're in. Tuition and fees are taken care of.
Good.
Okay. And then, again, the stacking Pell and other things on top is an option.
Because we are seeing a lot of parents now that want to go back. They have GEDs that want to go back. And it's my turn now, so... But they have GEDs, so the door's open to them where,
Yes.
Where they want to go. And a lot of our students, and I want to, again, Del Mar has really taken a big step on creating those programs, especially the nursing program.
Yes.
A lot of our students have, instead of going on forward, have stopped there and say, I'm going to Del Mar and take the whole bachelor's degree at Del Mar. So this has been a great thing that Del Mar has really created and developed. So, and I think this program here it's really going to be, I think it's going to go so big that we're not going to be able to handle it. But that's the problem we want to have, right?
Those are the problems we're after. And
That's
again, this morning's report showed over 1,100 students in the prospective
When we had
list.
45 that we couldn't give scholarships, we got 110 we're giving scholarships to. 45 we couldn't give scholarships to, so that's coming your way probably.
Well, a week ago when I saw the president in Austin, we were testifying on a committee, it was 800. I mean, there is excitement about this program.
There is, yeah.
I'm impressed.
In fact, we're going to Vets High School today. We'll have a team out there again for the second day in a row, speaking to another group of, yesterday was 100 plus, so 100 at a time. And these are students that are proactively seeking Del Mar out, okay? And there's something for everyone, and we hope all of them go to play basketball at A&M, Corpus Christi, and Kingsville, and TCU, and Texas Tech. I don't forget about you, Commissioner Pusley. I know where you, and I think that covers everybody. Anyway, so we want them to go where they want, but at some point or another, a footprint at Del Mar College, be it electronically or physically, we're there to serve everyone.
Good. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. We appreciate y'all being here today.
Thank you all. It's been
excuse me, Commissioner.
Just real quickly, a lot of great things said about Del Mar, and Dr. Escamilla, thank you so much. It's another great program Del Mar is bringing to our community, and we salute you on the efforts you're making to make that happen in our community. And I can't tell you how important Del Mar College is, as Commissioner Marr has alluded to, how important it is to this community and how it affects you personally my two oldest grandchildren, who are both at Texas Tech University as we speak, the school whose basketball team went to the Sweet 16 this year. So anyway, I will tell you how important that is. The oldest of those two will graduate in August. His sister, she was a full year behind him in high school, got really involved in taking the classes at Cal Allen, literally across the street from the high school. Yes. And she will graduate right behind him in December. Beautiful. Because of all of the dual credit courses she was able to take that Del Mar College offered. And the other thing that we forget about is, as Commissioner Gonzalez alluded to, is the adults who decide to go back and further their education while they're working, and the night school classes that Del Mar provides for that is just absolutely wonderful. Yes, so sir. Thank you very much for all that you do for this community. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you again. Yes,
thank you all.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you all.
Moving on to item number 2, we're going to receive a presentation from David Quinn, the Program Manager for Public Power Pool P3. Good morning. I saw you there and you didn't get a chance to come say hello before we started.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. My name is David Quinn. I am the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. Just by way of background, Public Power Pool was established in 2002 by Texas counties with the intention of negotiating better quality contracts and by leveraging the size of the group to deliver a lower electricity rate than you'd be able to get by yourselves. The current load for the group is about 2 million megawatt hours over 3 years. It's worth about $60 million a year. We manage about 3,500 accounts. And if you flip to page 2 of that presentation, you can see our current membership list. We currently have 99 members for the current contract period 2023 to 25, with several new political subdivisions lining up to join the group for the upcoming procurement. The next slide shows our current savings calculation for the group of about $205 million. That is comparing the electricity rate that we've negotiated in each of our contracts to date compared to the market settling price for electricity since the program began in 2002. The important number, though, for you all is on the next slide. It shows that Nueces County has saved $3.6 million against market from participating in this bulk purchase procurement program. And that is just our in-house method of calculating that savings number. The Public Utility Commission has us do it a different way. On the next slide, we show that under the House Bill 3693 report that the PUC has us file for you all every year, you'll save $629,000 just in 2023. That is comparing your fixed rate with P3 to what the PUC's benchmark average price would be for Nueces County. So again, savings you can be proud of, $629,000 just in 1 year. If we can advance to the next slide, just a little bit in terms of how we procure contracts. We send out an RFP to every retail electric provider in the state. We're not trying to steer business to any one preferred provider. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to bid on this contract. We are currently compiling the list for the upcoming procurement. Last time I looked, there were about 150 registered retail electric providers with the PUC. They will all have an opportunity to bid on this contract. And our belief is that by opening it up to everybody, we're going to award to the lowest and the best quality bid. We will go through several rounds of contract negotiations, as well as indicative pricing rounds that will be reviewed by our technical committee on which you're represented, and by the P3 Board of Directors. Currently, you're paying 4.72 cents in the current contract that expires at the end of this year. You're paying about $1.6 million in FY 2025. The next slide shows you that in detail. We revised this forward budget report so that you have the most recent data to be able to anticipate what your budgetary needs are going to be each year. And we will be revising this once we have procured for 2026. And that brings us to the main reason why I'm here, which is to talk about the 2025 procurement. If we could flip forward, the next slide shows you the historic pricing curve in ERCOT, showing you that price run-up last spring, and then markets falling steadily with weak LMP prices and big ramp-up in renewables performance, and also increased battery storage. Now, that has been tempered somewhat by potential electric demand, by the projected load growth, some global uncertainty, and also the cold weather that flattened prices last winter. Right now, we're looking at 3 to 5 year forward prices that have come down from last year's summer highs, but show continued support above the 6 cent level, which is higher than what you're currently paying. And if we could just forward to the next slide, that shows you the blue line at the top is the 3 to 5 year forward pricing for electricity. And the gray line at the bottom is the natural gas prices. Now, until the end of 2022, gas and electricity tracked each other pretty closely. They since seem to have filed for divorce and separated out, and that natural gas prices stayed really, really low. Electricity prices have remained high. And we don't think the fundamentals will really sustain that continued separation. We think there's going to be potentially a drop down in electric prices as we go through the procurement. If we were out in the market today, the next slide shows you the current pricing that is available in the south zone of ERCOT, which is where Nueces County belongs. It shows you there it's a backwardated market. The first 2 years, 2026 and 2027, are higher than the subsequent years after 2028. So there's some merit there to looking long. And most of our contracts in the past have been 3-year contracts. We have done one 5-year contract. But we are going to be looking at various different kinds of products in terms of term length for this procurement strategy. If we flip forward to page 11, this outlines our proposed strategy for procuring for your future electricity needs beginning in 2026. We're going to be looking at the same kind of products as we have employed in the past, which is a fixed rate contract, where we would lock in a rate that would not change for the entire 1, 2, 3 year term of the contract. That will be option number one. But we're also looking at an alternative approach, a different product structure, which we think gives us flexibility to capture additional savings over time if the market does decline. And if you take a look at page 12, this shows you the ceiling rates and the expected rates that we are anticipating as part of this procurement. Now, the information at the top shows you your current contract quantities, your annual kilowatt hours, and your current rate of 4.72 cents for the annual total cost of about $1.6 million. The rates in the box to the bottom in orange is identified as a ceiling rate. We've set these high because we want some flexibility in a volatile market in case things turn against us as we go through the procurement. But the ceiling rate that we have established for the county is 6.41 cents in 2026, and then 6.09 cents in 2027, dropping down to 5.9 cents in 2028, and then 4.49 cents in 2029, and so on, to follow that backwardated market as it tracks downwards. Now, the net impact of that would be that if we were to lock in at our ceiling rate of 6.41 cents for 2026, that would be a 20% increase in your costs, worth about $337,000. The ceiling rate, though, is a very maximum that we will be able to procure at. And we're confident that we'll be able to do better than the ceiling rate. As we have in the past, we've always had ceiling rates and target rates. We have always achieved much closer to our expected or target rates, which are identified on the left at that 5.64 cents dropping down to 5.48 cents in 2027, down to 5.31 cents in 2028, and then 4.49 in 2029. So this kind of approach will give us some flexibility to purchase each year of the contract incrementally as we go through the first few years of the contract. Obviously, we'll be looking at purchasing 2026 and 2027 because we are up on the end of the contract right now. So we need to put members in a contract for those 2 years initially. But then 2028, we're going to take a look at the marketplace and see if we are able to get close to our expected rates or even better if the market turns down, as we think there's a good possibility it will. And we will basically delay our purchase to be able to take advantage of a declining market. This approach gives us that flexibility. I can stop there before I go on briefly, just talk about the advantages of the P3 program, but happy to answer any questions about that rate sheet.
Commissioner Modes, do you want to ask a question first, or is your microphone not coming on? We're in a contract with you right now. Do we have one more year in that contract?
The current contract expires with the first meter reading of January 2026.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
So I had one question just to clarify. So the broker, is that more like individual working with an entity? So the P3 is not a broker, or
No.
it is?
We are an aggregator. Our competition is brokers. Brokers generally represent one or two or three companies that they are delivering business to for a commission.
So collectively, the more you have a larger group you're representing. In essence, is the argument then you're able to get us lower rates?
Yes.
And is that lower rate applied to everyone, or we get our own unique rates?
Everybody gets their own unique rate, Commissioner, but yes, that's the logic.
But it's it should be bringing everyone down. So all that membership list we saw, everyone should be benefiting because more of us are remaining or jumping into the group.
Correct. We are basically delivering a wholesale price. We have done some market research on this, and we've found that if an entity were to be in the marketplace the same day that we procure, at the same moment that we procure, by itself, compared to the leverage of the group, then that entity operating alone will pay about 0.5 to 1/3% more per kilowatt hour.
So the savings that you showed in slide 5, that's if we went alone as Nueces County and just went directly to a retailer ourselves, is $629,000. That's what you're saving us because we're part of this collective or this group with you?
The $629,000 is the PUC's methodology. To answer your question, if we flip back to page 4, then you can see there that we show you those two lines. The blue line would be Nueces County's cost of purchasing electricity alone over that time since 2002 when you joined, compared to the red line, which is what you've paid through being part of Public Power Pool. And that gives you that $3.6 million saving.
That answers it for me. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you very much. So in relation to that graph on page 4, if you do the math on that, it's a 22-year period, correct? Since 2002 to
23 years,
and I'll just round it off to 2024.
Yep.
It's a full year. You saved approximately $3.6 million, which is about $164,000 a year in savings. So, and I know that's a lot of money, but how do we do better? Over a 22-year period of time, I would expect that we
turn off the lights.
Pardon me?
Turn off the lights.
No, I'm just saying, how do we do better?
Well, in terms of negotiating a contract, Commissioner, we are confident that we're getting the best possible price at any one given moment compared to what an entity would be able to get by itself.
Okay.
In terms of how you could do better, then yes, it could be local in terms of reduced demand, in terms of more efficiency, in terms of retrofitting older buildings, in terms of using
gosh, we've done that
side.
ad nauseum around here.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Anyway.
Okay,
well, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just thought that over the course of a 22-year period of time that we would see a bigger return on this. But anyway, that's all I had, Your Honor.
But we're locking this in, so there's a guarantee, even though the rate may be dropping, and it looks like that's the trend, like you mentioned earlier. Even if the market fluctuates or spikes, we're still set at a lower rate. Is that how it works?
So what we'd anticipate with this procurement, assuming that we use the incremental purchasing approach, because we could maybe markets will turn in our favor and we'll want to lock in a flat rate for the duration of the contract, which is what we've done in the past. That may be our approach, but given the volatility in the marketplace right now, we're interested in activating this alternative approach, which would enable us to lock in each year incrementally. So given that we're coming up on the end of the current contract, obviously we would want to purchase 2026. We're also giving ourselves a time frame to purchase the next year after that would be 2027 that would need to be purchased 12 months in advance, because if we're unable to purchase, we need to go back out to the market and start a new procurement process.
Because you typically only come when this renews, which is every 3 years, or are you here every year?
I'm sorry?
Are you here usually every year, or is it every 3 years that you come to make this presentation?
I've come to make a presentation about your forward budget needs as they change over time in the past. But yes, I always come in for the procurement process to give you a full explanation, answer your questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there an action we need to take, Michael? No action. Automatically we stay in if there's no action. Okay. Go ahead.
Can't get my microphone to come on, but Michael, do we bid this out competitively?
You can answer
this service.
Commissioner, the way the Public Power Pool structures the 501c4 political subdivision, and when you joined P3, you effectively authorized us to act on your behalf in the marketplace. What we do when we enter the marketplace is we send out the RFP to every registered retail electric provider in the state. So we are making sure that it is bid out fully and completely to every market participant.
Okay.
So effectively, this works just like a regular co-op for other materials. It's just they're performing the work that I would do, and they're doing it aggregated across the whole state versus us putting out a local bid.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn, for being here, and we appreciate your services on our behalf.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. My card is in the folder. If anybody has any questions at any time, I'm happy to come back and visit personally or jump on the line and get you the information you need. Appreciate your continued participation in P3. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to item 3, discuss and consider approving execution of a professional services contract with EDR Architects to provide architectural and engineering design services for the Briscoe King Pavilion new facility and renovations.
Recommend approval?
Yeah. So did we get all the issues worked out on this contract?
Yeah. Alex in the county attorney's office. Yeah, we got it all squared away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what the county attorney's representation is?
Yes,
so this is all
it's good.
I wouldn't represent it that way otherwise.
No. I know. I like to have everybody on record. I know
Okay.
I'm not questioning what you're saying. I just like to hear it from our legal counsel.
Only thing I'll need, Commissioner, is at some point, I don't know what department those funds landed in, and so that I can process payments timely, I'm going to need to know what that department is, the department number.
Precinct 2, probably.
Huh?
Not precinct 2.
Precinct 2.
It's set up as its own separate fund. You'll have to get with the auditor's office
Okay.
to get Teresa, whoever, to get what that is. But they've set that up in a special fund because that's how it has to be set up, and all the funds need to be stay in that account. So,
okay.
It does.
Judge, I would, based on county attorney and coastal park director's recommendation, I would make a motion to approve the execution of a professional service contract with EDR Architects PLLC to provide architectural and engineering design services for the Briscoe King Pavilion.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just that's, again, fully funded by the TERS dollars that we ratified the receiving of earlier.
What was the amount?
Pardon me?
What was the amount?
6 something.
6 million.
No.
5 million.
No. The amount on this contract.
This one here.
Oh.
600 and some. 600 and Sorry, 70.
I can't remember,
It's in
Commissioner.
the backup, isn't it?
Yeah, it was
I didn't bring it with me. I figured y'all already looked at it.
We have,
No,
but
this is a different one number. But it's okay, that's all right, we'll get it. Don't worry.
no, it's okay. It needs to be on the record. 670-something thousand. I just have to find the exact amount. Pardon me? No, yeah, hold on.
The contract's
No,
there.
it's
It's
not-
got to be on the contract.
Well, it's not in the backup.
Well, it's
It's not in the backup, but the contract is there, so it's.
Per Exhibit C, it states that it's $671,939.03 plus reimbursable expenses.
That was pretty close. 672.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, discuss and consider approval of no dune protection permit required for applicant Nueces County Coastal Parks for proposed expansion at the I.B. McGee Park in Port Aransas.
So if you should see a little color map that was handed out. I did not know that the one attached to the agenda was black and white, and you really couldn't see what we're doing. But the one for I.B. McGee, you'll see red is base bid and blue is alternate bid, and yellow is that restroom. That's the expansion we're doing at I.B. McGee with the Restore Act money. So that just gives you an idea of what we're doing there. We basically pushed everything back outside the 1,000-foot setback line as much as we could to eliminate any dune permitting that would be needed. But that's where we're at. I think this is my last hurdle, and then work with purchasing, getting it out for bids, and get to work. Been a long time coming, since 2016 when I applied for this money.
And
Commissioner Pusley was
I'll
here.
second his motion.
Still here.
Any other discussion?
Again, this is just real quick. This is great work. We really have been working on this for a long time. Scott did a great job in applying for the grant. I think this was the one where the local match helped a lot. That we had already put in several $1 million. Right? I'm not stating on that. So this has just been a great team project, and I appreciate the Coastal Parks Board. The Coastal Parks Director who is the king of all things grants, and would definitely move to move this forward as well. This is going to be a great expansion and a revenue generator for the coastal parks, therefore
definitely huge impact on our revenue. And we hope to accomplish this one at I.B. McGee in Port Aransas by the end of 2025.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 6, discuss and consider approval of large-scale dune protection permit and exemption request.
5.
5? Oh, I thought we already did 5. Sorry. Discuss, and going backwards, sorry. Item number 5, discuss and consider approval of large-scale no dune. It's because we have so many in a row. It's like protection permit request for the applicant, Nueces County Coastal Parks Department, for an expansion at the Padre Valle Park.
And again, you have a colored map that was put in some kind of folder that they do. And so everything in green is base bid, and then the corresponding colors will tell you what alternate bids are doing. And the reason why we had to do that with both these projects, it's all under one grant fund, is because when the award was made to us back in 2018, it has taken us this long to get this project. It's just Treasury. It's the way it is. And so we know the money's not going to go as far, so we're doing base bids and additive alternates. So we'll add on a la carte as much as we can. Is what we have budget for.
We're finding that out ourselves.
Okay. So and we're planning on starting this in 2026 because some of the area we're going to be making improvements to, the old section, is where Callan has their laydown yard. So I need to get Callan out of the way by the end of this year so I can move over there.
Move passage.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just quick, I want to point out, Judge, this is yet another no cash match grant that that the GLO has helped us with in this, and that Scott spent a lot of time.
No, this is the GLO.
I'm sorry, the Treasury. My bad. I apologize. And I've heard people say we work on grants enough. Oh my gosh, we apply for millions and millions and millions of dollars in grants. What we've done is we've changed our philosophy here, which I think is a very fiscally responsible change, which was we only now go after primarily no cash match grants. So what we do here is at Nueces County, which I think is incredibly responsible, and I appreciate the judge's leadership on this as well, and this whole court, is we have really taken a stance on saying we don't want to go after grants that are going to require us to match them, because then we have to pay for them when those grants run out. What we used to do around here, which was incredibly irresponsible in my opinion, was to go after every grant imaginable and not worry about it until later. And we've changed that, and that is a very proactive way of doing things. So this court goes after millions of dollars in grants. A lot of it does come from coastal parks because there's just more opportunities there, and Scott does such a great job, and Christine does a great job. And so this is millions of dollars that this county has gotten and a grant with no cash match. Again, a big reason we got this was because of the money that I had put into to the area already, because they look for a local match component, but we got credit for our local match from some of the monies that we had put in previously.
Yeah, you score much higher. It's not required, but you score much higher.
Right. So great job. This is what we need to continue doing, is going after all the grants we can, especially the ones that have no cash match, so that then we don't have to be holding the bag when it's over with. So great job, and one of my this is going to be another great project.
They make money.
In the island.
Very much appreciated.
Revenue generators. For
Make money, make money, make money.
Commissioner Mottes wants to speak as well.
So the upkeep is going to be covered by grants?
Say again, sir?
No, that will be covered by the revenue that this generates.
Got you.
Yes.
Awesome.
So
I want to just give a shout out. I know you always give props to all of your partners out there on the island. Cliff Schlabach and the BMAC chair,
yes.
And of course all of BMAC and all the work our staff is doing on this. This is, we had a meeting yesterday, a tourist meeting for the island, and, when you have engaged community partners, you have to bring them to the table. You have to have that input. That's the only way you get that buy-in. And that applies to everyone, but here, right now, we're talking about the island. But Cliff's done an amazing job and a great advocate, and so I just want to personally thank him and his board for all that they've been doing and working with y'all on making this happen. So
I was going to pump him up on the next item, but that's
okay.
okay.
I'm sorry. I see Cliff's
no.
wonderful face also on my screen, so I wanted just to call him out.
He's
so.
coming up big
Thanks,
on the
Cliff.
next one for me,
Thank
but
you.
I appreciate you doing
And
it.
our rain garden project started this week, Commissioner.
Yes, when I was driving by, I saw him working on it. Yes.
I'll let Christine handle the next one.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now, item number 6. Sorry, Christine, get to you. Discuss and consider approval of large-scale dune protection permit and exemption request for applicant John Petrobron for a resort complex with dune walkover. Do you want to talk about this before? Yeah.
So this is a large-scale application for development on a large parcel of land with an exemption request for the dune walkover. For the dune protection zone, seaward of the 1,000-foot line, there's some RV lots, home development lots, portion of the road, stormwater storage pond, and the dune walkover. There are impacts to critical dunes from some of the lots and portions of the walkover that are not raised 6 feet above the highest dune crest per GLO's recommendation. So there's the applicant, Mr. Petrobron is here, but did several revisions to the application to try and meet BMAC's requests, GLO's requests, and in your packet you also see there's a letter from Scott also to you and the GLO explaining their review of the application, or his review of the application, and how it meets the Texas Administrative Code and the County Dune Beach Management Plan. So I worked with us. I got, there's a lot of compensation out there. So if you looked at the figures, you'll see almost every square inch is either a lot or a compensation area, because there's quite a bit of vegetation that had to be compensated for in this application. So just wanted to point out that it visually looks like a lot because there's a large amount, would put so much, require so much space for the dune vegetation impacts. And there, I worked with, we got all on the lot. He did have a previous compensation area on the front of the beaches for a violation that got washed away. So everything is now on the lot, all landward of the dunes. So we're there. I want to see if there's questions I can help answer to the application.
Judge, I think it's really, there's a couple of things, and this is where, I plan on, and I appreciate Commissioner Mata's recognizing Mr. Schlabach, because he and I have worked closely together on these things for many, many years, and this was the one where I was going to talk really about the importance of BMAC. They really went through this and looked at this, and Cliff called me this week, and we had a great conversation. I've also had the conversation with Christine on some of the issues. We're trying to come up with some standards on this so that when applicants apply, they kind of know what we're looking for. This is a very important project, and we're excited about it. And so what we've kind of tried to come up with is what can we kind of all live with from a standpoint of going forward. The GLO had called Cliff and talked to him about their concerns still over the size of I can't think what it's called.
The lookout area.
The lookout, sorry.
And
lookout.
the width of the walkover.
And
Sorry
right.
to bring that up.
Right, and the width. And we want to be good partners with the GLO as well. We hope that, in retrospect, that the GLO then will also want to be good partners with us, because we've got some issues we still need to discuss with them that we don't agree with them on. And we're hoping that they'll remember how workable we are on things on this, because they called and said the 20 by 20 that was being proposed was a little too large, and they were concerned about the vegetation and the mitigation. And so I kind of agree. I think the 16 by 16 is a good amount on that we need to kind of set that as our standard. The BMAC had some concerns over the length, or excuse me, the width of the crossover, but when Cliff and I kind of talked through that, he felt like he could understand our concerns over the safety, because I think the 10-foot is really is a better than the 8-foot because of the safety issues. Because if you got two golf carts coming at you at one time, then sure, it's nice to have the lookout. But if you're past the lookout or before the lookout and you don't have the opportunity to turn around, then you can get clogged up and you could have some safety issues. So to me, the 10-foot was a nice compromise. It wasn't exactly what BMAC wanted, but it was. But in talking to Cliff, he was like, I can get that. I think we can live with that if we know going forward. And I'm not going to speak for Cliff. I'm going to let him do that if he wants to. But I'm super appreciative of BMAC, and we, like I said, we've taken BMAC's recommendation, and Commissioner Montes is right. We heard that yesterday about how important ISAC was, in their role. Well, BMAC to me is the same thing. We're going to appoint these people. We got to let them make recommendations. So I agree with Cliff on the 16 by 16, and I think Cliff has kind of come to an understanding why I think the 10-foot is okay as well. So if that's a misrepresentation, I'll let Cliff speak. Otherwise, then I would like to, if we need to amend it, the lookout would be 16 by 16, and then the width would be 10 instead of 8, and hopefully that's good for the developer too, because that's bigger than I think we've done before. But the last one we did was 8, so we are going wider for them to give them some more room there.
And that is the reason there was additional compensation added for just the vegetation for under the lookout area and portions of the dune walkover because of its width.
So I've said a lot, Cliff. If you want to jump in, I don't know if you're still there, but please.
Yes.
That's okay.
I am
That's okay, Judge.
still here.
Yes.
First off, I'd like to say good morning to everybody, and thanks for the kind words for BMAC. We have a great committee, 11-person committee. This particular project we've reviewed now for a good 3.5 years or so. Lots of design changes, a lot of other changes. BMAC would prefer that the boardwalk not be any wider than 8 foot. Even at 8 foot, we feel like that the vegetation underneath it is at risk of dying and leaving a weak spot in the dunes. And our committee has been referred to as the Dune Committee, and that is pretty much what we do is protect the dune and the dune environment. And but we do understand safety issues, and we're agreeable to it. Like Commissioner Chesney said, he and I did have a conversation about this. I think it was Monday, and he did bring up the safety issue, and it is something that BMAC can live with.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. So
I would passage with the 20 by 20 going to 16 by 16 and the 8 foot going to 10 foot wide. So if that would be part of the motion,
It's currently 10 foot wide. So
which was okay. So keeping the 10 and then going 16 by 16
would
be the amended part. Is that what I need to do? Okay.
Yes.
That would be
Yes.
the recommended motion would be with the 16 by 16 lookout and the 10-foot width, which is wider than we've done before and needs, and so acknowledged. Then would make a motion to approve with that change. The 16 by 16 instead of 20 by 20.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other comments from your end? Christine, you look like you're looking like, is this good?
I was just seeing if
And I appreciate the developer on this working with us.
Yes.
They've done really, I know it's taken a long time, and I appreciate that. And I think it's going to be an outstanding development, and we're really looking forward to it.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Christine. Number 7, discuss and consider executing an interlocal agreement with the City of Port Aransas for lifeguard services along the beach at IB McGee Park. And we have done this every year since it was.
Judge, I'd move passage. It's a great arrangement that we have with the Port Aransas, City of Port Aransas. It's just,
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say
Yeah, but
aye.
your
I'm
question,
sorry.
Who pays for the lifeguard?
Coastal Parks.
Coastal Parks.
Instead of us providing them, we just contract with the City of Port Aransas. We have for many years. They do.
And they just pay
They've been
them.
doing it
Right.
since they
We
made
do
it a law.
great.
We had to have lifeguards.
It's in their budget. We do it. It's just, they do a great job in Port Aransas for us.
The motion passes unanimously. Yes. Item number 8, discuss and consider approval of a deductive change order number 1 for ARPA-funded Oil Belt Park improvements in the amount of $101,814.20 and related matters. Commissioner Pusley and I both have looked at this and approved this. The county attorney, did you look at this? Do you have to look at deductive change orders? It's been approved by Grant Works. So.
Yes, and there were some
make-
changes that
Yes.
needed to happen that I understand have happened, and Grants is looking over those right now, or has?
Has Grant Works approved?
They have approved, but again, this is just at this point in time. We're going to probably, as I was discussing with Commissioner and the judge, use this funds back in the project.
This is things that have come up in the process of building this, that we're having to use this. We certainly do not anticipate this money being left over. We anticipate going to have to use it. In fact, there's a couple of items that have already come to our attention that we might have to do. Hopefully, we have enough funding left over to do it, yes. In the process of the job starting. Do you have anything to add to that, or you?
No, we fortunately, Your Honor, as you mentioned, we fortunately have a little cash cushion right now with respect to this project, and so this definitely will help. We've had a change order that we're approving here that brings about some very needed. As with any project, you get into it and you always find things you didn't expect. So,
yes.
I would make a motion we approve this.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
So this is just basics that you expected, but for unseen reasons, you had to increase.
Yes.
Yeah, putting back in. And then it's not extra money from anywhere else. This is already ARPA money.
This is still the
This was-
project.
we had-
This was the money that was allocated to this project, yes.
It was part of the project originally, Commissioner, that we basically eliminated, and that's where we came up with the $300,000 cash surplus. So we're just holding that in the account for now until the project's complete. As the judge said, we want to make sure we get all the things done we want to do there. So
Anticipated surprises.
My latest note from the office is that Grants has not signed off on the changes that were needed
For this?
for this one. So I don't know if we could
Can we
have
pass
some word
with contingent upon Grant Works?
No, Grant Works has approved it. It's Grants upstairs that's looking at it.
Grants upstairs is my understanding.
Yes. So the issue is pay app number 6, which is $3,600 that was on the agreement. But essentially we just need to work through that. So I'm saying that we've taken care of the problem. It's just $3,800.
Grants upstairs has a problem with pay app number 36 and
No,
grant
pay app
work-
number 6.
6
Number
and
yeah.
Grant Works does not have a problem with pay app number 6?
Correct. It's been approved. Everything's been approved. It just needs to go to Commissioner Pusley to look at.
Okay. So can you make your motion to change that, to pass everything and the pay app number 6, the only one in question, contingent upon grants year? How can we word that?
Well, if you do we?
I don't think that we need to.
Counselor, do you think that we actually need to do that?
I don't know the exact nature of what Grants' problem was. I know that we recommended some changes. Those have been made.
Right. Well, I mean, Grant Works is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, so they're okay with it. I think we can pass this. If our grants department comes back with a problem, we can bring this back
Fix
with
it. And fix it. I agree. Yes. Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Pusley. Chesney, did you second that? I can't remember who did it. Commissioner Gonzalez, yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 9, discuss and consider approval and execution of amendment number 1 to work authorization number 3 under the master service agreement between Nueces County and ICE engineers for ARPA Precinct 2 funded Petronilla Estates drainage improvements. And this is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez. This is.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
The funding is coming from Commissioner Gonzalez 2015 COs.
COs, yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 10, discuss and consider approval of guidance to the existing Nueces County payroll policy for emergency and disaster events. The policy, all we're doing is changing the wording. There is no policy change. It's mainly clarifying language, and Commissioner Pusley and myself and the county attorney worked with the emergency operations on this. We felt like this language was much clearer, so I'd make the motion to pass.
Second, Judge, did we
Yes.
get any impact from, or input, I'm sorry, from the sheriff? Because wasn't there some issues on that with law enforcement that were unique during emergencies, or am I making that up?
It doesn't affect the law enforcement. Law enforcement has a separate pay.
I thought we had some issues, though. Well, maybe it was just not law enforcement in general, with thinking of Uri and Harvey and every other storm that we've had. So it was mainly only non-law enforcement.
And it didn't change any of the problem that was addressed. The problem that Dee had at the beginning is when we have not a declared disaster emergency. People are sent home, like our warming centers, like when the courthouse closed down. And she was under the assumption that people that came in to work the warming centers, people that came in to work on those days, were not getting paid the same as other people that got when we closed the courthouse down. They are, in fact, and have been always getting paid the 8 hours regular like anybody else. They just get, in addition to that, the hours that they put in for that day. I think there was some miscommunication on how it was calculated. I think she wasn't sure when the overtime kicked in, but it was much clearer in this language, and I think we found this from the Galveston language, Commissioner Pusley,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
believe,
Yes, ma'am.
that states very clearly the same way we've been practicing, the same way we've been doing it, is at the end, 3 days into the week or whatever, at the end of the work week, the 8 hours that you get for that one day still only count as regular time like everybody else, but anything in addition you worked, and the rest of the week you get over 40 hours, you get overtime like any other employee would.
And so Dee worked on this. Did we get any input from any of the departments that normally work this, or from HR on this? I'm sure Dee did all her homework, but I know there's been different conversations and questions that have come up over the years. I just wanted to make sure everyone has some input. And also, too, how does this, I guess in the end, the hours are accounted for the way they should be, and that's making it easier for everybody to understand. And that's the most important part about this policy, just because I know we get some community partners that ask to open warming centers or cooling shelters, and that just kind of complicates things for our personnel to cover that. And a lot of times those cities or other entities will use their own staff, but we still have to have somebody to go open it
At our
up,
building and
maintain
everything,
it,
yes.
keep a presence there. So, I mean, as long as it's just, I mean, adjustments to make it easier to understand, I'm all in favor of that then.
That's all this is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, and that's a good point, Commissioner Morris. If you look at the first two lines on this policy, it said this policy applies to all full-time and part-time non-exempt employees of Nueces County. It does not apply to Nueces County department heads, elected officials, or exempt employees. I guess we could have put language in there, or the employees covered by our collective bargaining
yes.
agreements. We could have put that in there.
Totally, they're out of this anyway.
And we can this is a living, breathing document, so we can certainly come back and modify that as we need to.
And add that language in there.
And add that language if we feel more comfortable doing that. But that's a good point. And I think the other thing is we have to remember is this is to serve the county when we don't have a declared disaster from a higher level. If this becomes a declared disaster, then this policy kind of gets kicked to the side and a whole different set of policies come into place set out by the state and federal government.
I guess that's my concern is we're seeing smaller, or more and more smaller events that are not declarations.
Yes.
That we're still opening for 1 or 2 or 3 days. So that was kind of my concern.
And the goal of this is to take care of those employees who get called out to handle special case circumstances in these mini disasters, if you will, and to make sure that they're fairly compensated for the work that they do when they get called out.
Constance wants to add something.
Commissioner Pusley, if you'd like, we can add that. We can amend this
amend
document
it
right
now?
now and then specifically
Yeah,
exclude
I guess
those.
we could do
If
that.
you'd like to do that.
Yeah.
Just to add in, this does not apply to at the top and then.
Employees through collective
Employees covered by the collective bargaining agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
Which theirs is a separate deal and separate pay scale anyway, so we didn't think we had to, but it's always better to have it in there and clarify, so, yes.
Okay, I would offer that as an amendment, Your Honor, and we can pass the amendment and then pass the policy as amended.
And who seconded that? Did I? I'll second your motion, or what, or did you? Sorry. I'll second.
Motion and Commissioner Modis.
Oh, it was my motion and Commissioner Modis. Okay, we had a lot of discussion. I forget. So we will vote on your amendment first, and then we'll pass it.
Can you restate your amendment?
The amendment would be that on the first line of this policy applies to all full-time and part-time non-exempt employees of Nueces County, but does not include the employees covered by our collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
That sound right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that amendment as well. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The amendment passes now.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, that should be tagged on to the second sentence.
Second sentence does not
I
apply to.
apologize.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I apologize. And then I would make a motion to approve the new policy as amended.
And I'll second that motion as well, as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
And I want to thank our county attorney's department and Dee and everybody that put in a lot of time on doing this. We did plagiarize a little bit of it from the Galveston policy, and it was very helpful. But I think this is a really good document to move forward with, and as I said a minute ago, to help protect the employees that get called out on these issues.
Absolutely.
Thank you all for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Item number 11, discuss and consider approving the execution of the service proposal and installation agreement of Summit Fire and Security Alarm Monitoring System for the Hilltop Community Center. And Commissioner Pusley, I believe you've worked on this.
Your Honor, this is just for the installation of the hardware to give us the ability to have the security system in our Hilltop offices monitored. And then it also, the second part of it includes the monitoring fee for a year's worth of the monitoring. So right now, we have the security system in place, but it's not monitored. So, and somebody did try to break in here a few weeks ago, and of course, since it wasn't monitored, we didn't know about it until we came in the next day. So,
Do we want those in two separate votes, or can we do it together?
We need to separate.
We need to separate them? Okay.
Funding source?
The Hilltop building
The
budget.
Hilltop building.
yeah, Hilltop building.
So
I would move approval, Your Honor.
You just do the whole thing, right?
just do the whole thing. She wants it in separate.
No, I mean, it's just all you're doing is approving the execution of the agreement, right?
And installation.
The installation and the
Service agreement. They can't install it. They're
Right.
separate.
So I think it's fine.
Yeah.
There's actually two agreements
There's
there,
two.
and
There are two?
yeah. very-
Well, there's a execution of the service proposal and the installation
installation
agreement. So
agreement.
there's two.
Yes. Service proposal and the installation agreement.
Yeah,
On the same.
Yeah, it's going to be the same.
I
so
would
this
second
would-
your motion, whatever.
Yeah, this motion,
Shouldn't say and though.
I'm just trying to save time. I'll do it however y'all want to, but my motion would include both agreements for the hardware and for the yearly monitoring cost.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 12, passes unanimously, sorry. Item number 12, discuss and consider taking action regarding termination of the agreement between the owner and contractor with DLF Texas for construction of the Hilltop Community Center renovations. Commissioner Pusley, this one is yours
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well.
If everyone remembers, this was the contractor that was selected back in 2024 to do the Hilltop project for remodeling of the buildings there. And a long period of time came between the awarding of the contract and we did some value engineering and whatnot. It took a long time, so by the time we got to notice to proceed, the contractor informed us that the prices had gone up and he wanted an additional approximately $3 million to be added on. We've decided not to do that, and so we're going to withdraw from this contract, and then the next item I'll explain where we're going to go next. So I would move approval for this.
I'll second that
Second, but
one.
what would you need to vote? Just to separate from it? Is that the approval?
To terminate the agreement.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Second.
Yeah, can we just kind of walk through, like, this is agreed to, they've agreed to, and, okay.
They've been notified and have issued no.
They'd increase the cost, and we can't afford it
Right.
anyway. Yes.
So let me just ask the question, because we had a brief conversation about this. Are they bound to the contract? In other words, if we let them out, then we're letting them out. If we don't let them out, aren't they bound to the contract to fulfill it? And if they can't, then we have a bond to go after?
Commissioner, I think those are things I'd rather discuss in probably an executive session.
Okay. Can we pull this then for executive? Because I just.
If you'd like to.
If that's okay. If you'd rather have it, that's fair. I should have probably asked legal. So can we take it to executive so I can ask that?
Wouldn't you agree, Counselor? I'm happy to say whatever.
Take it to executive. Yes.
Yes, under 551071 regarding legal issues related to the contracts. If you want to have a business decision discussion in executive, that's a different vote with the record vote 5-0 if you want to do it that way. But for legal questions, we're very.
It might be
Why
good to
don't we
have
cover
both.
both?
Yeah.
What's the other code? 551.
551075, I believe, and you'd have to have a unanimous vote that having that discussion in open would be a detriment to the county's position.
Yeah, no question.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think
Okay,
that will be an easy one. There's a motion, you'll have to withdraw.
Can you withdraw your motion so we can?
Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion. We'll hold this off until after executive session. We'll come back to it after executive session.
And then we need to have a motion to take it to executive under 551.07. Is that what you just said?
0725.
0725, and it's got to be unanimous.
Can we do
Yes.
that vote now, or do we
Yes,
wait and do it?
do it now.
Okay. So is that your motion?
That would
And
be mine.
second with Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
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 Unanimously We're taking it into executive, yes. So we'll skip the next one and go to item number 14. Discuss and consider updating and adopting the Nueces County Investment Committee policy, authorizing investment officers to execute documents in regard to the policy changes and all related matters. This policy change has been voted unanimously out of our investment committee, I believe. Is the red line version in the backup for this? I'm sorry, Jenny. I know you.
The red line version should be in the backup, yes, and I have here
see
a
red
clean
on mine.
copy. You do not see red?
I don't see red. I mean, maybe, I just thought maybe it was under the lines, but.
But I have also a clean copy, if that is helpful to the court, that I can pass
Well, I've got a
out.
clean copy. I just don't know that I have a red. I don't have any red on my copy.
Do you have strike-throughs? It may have just
Well,
printed out
that's
the
what I was
black
wondering.
and white.
Am I looking for strike-throughs? Because I was just, when I was looking at this, I didn't see red. But
My understanding was that a red
The
line.
changes that there were, they're minimal.
The minimal,
really.
that yes, the
That's fine.
changes are that.
can you just go to the section and show me real quick? Because I couldn't see any changes on this. That's all.
There-
Yeah, I
ours
looked
aren't
through,
red,
I had
not
the
red
same
on here.
question, what changed?
Right, I don't.
They didn't print that way.
Okay, so
Okay.
you want to take me to each section and show me?
I only brought a clean one. I can tell you, we wanted to make sure that we had in the policy on page 7 of 26 under 3.0505.
3.02, you mean? Or
3.0507.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm on page 7 of 26, and I don't
That's-
have 3.0.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Okay.
It's not the right number.
Forget the page number and just look for 3.0507.
Okay, hold on. 3.0.
My pages are different then.
I don't have the
3.0507. I don't.
It goes to 0505 is the
It goes
most.
to
06.
Doesn't go to 07.
It's after that. It didn't print correctly. The other one below the 06 is 07, notwithstanding the above sections.
That-
Nueces County.
That's the 7 by itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess
Will
it
not
didn't.
engage in
Nueces
business.
County will not engage in business with countries, companies, or entities the state of Texas has listed as entities of concern.
in the State Department.
It was the State Department and the state of Texas both.
Controller's office in the State Department.
This
U.S. State Department or the State of Texas as
Ours
entities
didn't
of
print
concern.
that way. Yes.
Yeah, this didn't print real good.
The copies that we have doesn't have that.
Mine says, notwithstanding the above sections, Nueces County will not engage in business with countries, companies, or entities the state of Texas as entities of concern, which obviously is not the right language.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure on the attachment that got put in your package, but I can distribute what I have.
Could you get could we just pause and get a red line?
And we'll bring this one back.
I'm
Yes.
sure it's not big, but I just would like to make sure we're voting on the right thing.
It isn't. It's not big, and it was, yeah. Do you have a red line version?
Well, it's a bold.
Yeah, bold print, yes. Peyton,
I
if
can
you're
have
paying
those printed in
attention-
color and,
Okay.
and brought up.
Thank you. Yes.
So we're required to include this? I mean, it's not already just expected or given? We have to actually take action because the
investment
the
committee-
federal government and the state are saying we should. Do we have to include it?
That was my recommendation too.
That was,
I think
she
it's
asked for the
important
wording
to
to be
have that.
included in our policy.
Just to be included.
The federal government's doing it, the state is, but she just asked for us to include the language in ours since they are both doing it as well.
Well, I'm just,
Because not
Kind of
everyone follows
redundant,
it.
but yes.
I mean, if they're doing it and they're requiring it, then we're going to do it. It's not,
Well, no, not necessarily. Not everyone follows that.
so that's,
it's just
that's an
important.
option for us?
Well, it could be if you have people that don't pay
Yeah.
attention and don't want to follow it, sure. But but there's nothing wrong with stating it in, I believe, and that's what the committee voted on. So-
I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. Just grand scheme of things, if everything we can vote on is like add on that for something that's already a given, that's just overkill. But, okay.
Well, I think just for clarification, though, I think we.
Yeah, it's just to follow, yeah, so.
But the federal government's saying it's like, don't.
While
commit-
they're listed, Commissioner, as entities or countries of concern, that in itself does not absolutely preclude the
them.
county
Yes.
doing business with those countries. And so we, as a committee, did discuss this with Meter, with David McElwain from Meter. And
Who's Meter?
Meter is the investment advisor group that was hired not too long ago. So while we could have had an agreement to use that philosophy that we do look to those things and don't invest with companies or entities of concern, the committee thought that it was prudent to go ahead and have that stated so that it's open and conspicuous that that is the policy of the county and the committee.
To follow the laws governed by. Yes.
I mean, once again, I thought that was a given. I mean, I know I'm making a point, but my point is we're spending time on something that's redundant.
Well, that's not the only thing in this change, but that's one of them.
Sometimes you have to have it on record, though.
Yeah.
Right, well, there's a lot of things that, I think, in policies that are redundant anyways, like we should know better than to wear shorts and to, work, but that's in the dress code policy.
Since we don't have the red line, we're going to bring this back as soon as we get copies for everyone to look at to show that. So moving on to item number 15.
Do we need a table issue on?
We're going to bring it back today when we get the copies. We'll bring it back after lunch. If we don't have it, then we can table it to come back, but I'm going to leave it open.
Lunch hole.
Yeah, I would just suggest for the future, and I know most things, I've seen this in our agenda, that with each agenda item, we need to have a little paragraph that says what this agenda item is about. And in this case, we didn't have any description about what had changed or, a red line doc. So I was like Commissioner Chesney. I kept looking for, okay, well, what changed? And so, anyway, just a comment. Thank you.
Yes.
Well taken.
We will bring this back after lunch so that you all have a chance to look at it. Unless you, I think that will give us time to look at it. Yes. Moving on to item 15 then, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. Are there any changes to the committee, our meetings for Commissioners Court? Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, Judge, I would make the motion that we move the April 23rd Commissioners Court meeting to April 24th.
So we would move it from the Wednesday to the Thursday that week, yes.
I'm fine in seconding that. I just want to make sure we advertise that as much as we possibly can so the public knows that our meeting date is going to change.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Through our website, social media, whatever we need to do.
Make that part of the motion. I appreciate that.
Yes.
just the FYI, that won't change the email that went out, that the deadline will be that Monday prior to.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah,
It won't change.
For all department heads and people that have received the email, that's not going to change your deadlines because we extended it because of, I believe, the holiday or something. Yes, okay. So we have a motion and a second to change our meeting from the 23rd to the 24th from a Wednesday to a Thursday. Anybody that's paying attention. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I'm sorry?
You wanted something in the motion of...
Just that it's also be
But
advertised.
we advertise it on Facebook and social media. And as many people in the public understand that we have changed a regular meeting that is normally a Wednesday to a Thursday one time, yes. Moving on to item B1, discuss and consider the ratification and approval of modifications to the interlocal agreement with the U.S. Marshal Service and the East Hidalgo Detention Center. This is a contract that we hold for them that's basically just a pass-through, and this was only wording and a policy change as per them. So I would make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Does it show what much we're paying for the transport?
This isn't about the transport. This is on the U.S. Marshal Service with the holding facility that our auditor's office, and then we do the payments and things and accept the payments for them here through Nueces County. But we have no part in it. All we do is hold the account. Yes. We receive the money for them. Yes. A small amount.
We are
in between, essentially.
Yes.
And we keep a portion of the fee collected.
What's the portion?
Cap.
What's a portion of it?
It varies based on each contract. I would have to refer to the last contract approved by Commissioners Court.
And this is no monetary
Yeah,
change in our
there's
contract.
no monetary impact.
Did you want to speak about this, Captain?
No, I wanted to see if there was anything you needed to give us an update on.
They don't have any part of this either.
Oh, you don't have
Yes,
to?
no, they
Oh,
don't.
okay.
This is just the federal facility, the holding facility, yes. We sign a contract, yes.
But we were not given the contract.
Oh, I have not signed this one. It's on today's stuff. Dina signed it, but
Right, but we get it.
I don't see just a contract?
It was attached to the agenda, yes.
No. So we get separate contracts, the original. But we don't have it.
I don't have the original. I just printed out what was
I can get
attached.
that as well, but I need.
either Peyton has it or Dina has it, but I have not signed it either. That's what they're.
Right now it comes to me first, and I give it to you.
Yeah.
I have not received it, so who do I get it?
Dina?
Dina?
Mm-hmm. Huh? The contract, she hasn't received it. I thought you'd get it after me when I signed, because you.
I give it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I know you attest to my signature is why I guess I thought it went to me and then you. But if they haven't.
Right, but we'll print 2 originals for your signature.
Yeah, but we
prepared
logged
to
in
attest.
during court, and I hand you a big stack.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
Right.
after we've logged them, and it wasn't a.
Is this the contract? It's just 2 pages or what?
Yeah, it's just a wording change.
It's a wording change. This isn't my agenda item, but it does state in the background that the purpose of this modification on the intergovernmental agreement listed in Block 1 is to comply with Executive Order 14168. It's in the background.
It's
and
the
then
federal
it states
guidelines
exactly
that-
what is being changed, and it's all language. There's no
language
monetary
that
impact.
The president has instructed and that everyone has to do now, so
Okay,
it's just a
my
language
question
change.
is, so we're still paying the same thing we're.
Yes, nothing changed about price.
The amounts are still the same we were dealing with before.
That's correct. There's no monetary increase. It's just a language change increase from what I'm reading in the agenda
That's
item.
what it is. It's the language that has been instructed by the federal government for all contracts through them
And
to have to
we're
have.
still dealing with another one besides Hidalgo?
There's East
here.
Hidalgo, and then there's the coast. Oh gosh, East Hidalgo.
One locally and one down in the East Hidalgo.
Yes.
And I can't think of what that
I can't think of what it is. I want it.
Yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with the rates anyway.
Yeah, it's just.
Yes,
just
there's
adding
no
to that
rates.
language, I guess.
Huh?
It's just adding language, new language, but not the
All right,
cost.
okay, fine, but I just, because nothing is signed here, nothing is done here, nothing is, okay. I just, and if you can, I'd like to just get a copy of the contract.
I can't.
Commissioner, it's in your agenda book.
It is, I'm looking at it right now.
Where are we on?
Yeah, I see that.
That's the document.
Yeah, but one of the changes over, I'm just, right. I'm just asking if I can get a copy of the contract that we had before the changes, which shows the financial responsibilities, okay?
You're wanting the original contract to show how much we are getting paid
Right.
for keeping those people.
Right.
That has nothing to do with today's agenda, but you absolutely
Right.
can get that, yes.
Good. You know, because, I mean, if we're going to Hidalgo now, we're going over here, I mean, if it's further, what, I mean, you know, I'm afraid they're going to come back and say, well, this is a further trip to Hidalgo.
We don't take anyone to
No,
Hidalgo or
we
do
don't get to
any of
keep
that.
any
no.
of the transport costs. It's
That's none of.
yes,
Okay.
that's
All we
not
do is
applicable.
the paperwork
Yeah, well,
for
just
them,
make sure we're
basically,
done.
the.
All right,
Yes.
okay, almost.
Why are we doing this to begin with? Why are we acting as a transfer agent for Hidalgo County?
Nobody there would do it at the time, and we were doing it for here locally, so they asked us to carry this one, is the way I was told. But today's
Like a lot of work for us for a little reward. I don't know. If it benefits us in some way, I guess that's okay. But
it does. We get paid for our documents
Do
and
we?
paperwork, but I don't have that in front of me. I don't think I've ever seen how much we make on this, but we get compensated
It's in the adopted
for
budget
our,
book.
Yes.
It states all the information there. Let me pull it up real quick.
And this modification today is to comply with the Executive Order 14168 dated January 20th, 25 by the President, defending women from gender ideology.
Lisa, that's okay.
Yes.
Let's move forward.
All this is language, but we should know how much, if you've found it in the budget book, how much we get.
So it is for the two facilities are East Hidalgo, also referred to as La Villa, and the Coastal Bend facility. We get to keep a portion of the housing costs. All the transportation expenses funnel straight from us to GEO, or so it goes from the the U.S. Marshals to us, from us to GEO. We don't keep any portion of the transportation costs. As you can see on the budget, it would be printed page
What portion?
230. There's approximately
Is there a formula that they utilize to come up with our proportion of what
yes,
we get back?
it's a portion of the daily rate that we get to keep.
How much was last year's budget on there, just for
Last year's
purposes of-
revenue that came from the U.S. Marshals was $58,554,102, and then we paid out 60,575, and that includes an employee and some supplements that we also have coded to that department. It's page 230 of the adopted budget.
Okay, well, I don't have that in front of me. But
I understand.
I'll ask again, is there a percentage?
Yes, there's a percentage, and it's on the previously approved contracts that I
don't
have memorized.
Okay.
I
No,
apologize.
It's okay, and not your fault.
And I don't think those numbers have changed since I've
They
been
haven't
here.
changed
The
in a very
per
long
diem
time.
Changed once since I've been here that we had to vote on, but I don't think.
So my point is, if that percentage hasn't changed, are we now are we getting hit with a bigger bite of the cost?
The general fund gets a nice transfer from GEO to offset the costs of running the jail.
That's
for
what
the
I was
sheriff.
looking.
It's $2 million that we're getting for the 24-25
Judge, point of
budget
order,
year.
we're getting
Yeah,
way off.
this
We're
is
way
not
out
on this item.
I just have one question. So, the executive orders, there's many that happen for all administrations.
Mhm.
Have we ever had any that have been implemented that we've had to adopt? I mean, this is very specific, and I get this has to deal with terminology and identification and safety, mainly safety, because you don't want to place someone who's biologically one gender with another. I know that that's probably the bigger scope of looking at all this, so I want to go on record that I support that. But with the issue of executive orders, do we have to get in the practice of adopting them? Because, I mean, there's all kinds of executive orders going out. So is this something that should, once again, just be assumed or included in our policy? I'm saying is, do we have to make this statement? Do we have to spend time talking about it? And I'm wasting time talking and asking questions about it. I get the irony of that. But the problem that I have with it is kind of, why are we wasting our time with this? If that's a given, that is ordered by the president, then are we required to have that in there, or should minor language changes just be corrected and not have to come before court for every single thing? That's my bigger concern. I'm not going to really get into the weeds of this issue because it's very complex, but just in general, if there are other executive orders that come through, are we going to have to spend time to adopt all of those as well? That's my question.
Okay, so this document is generated by the U.S. Department of Justice the United States Marshals. This is
By
not
executive order.
right. This is not an action of the court.
not
So
us.
as people or as entities that the court does business with bring these to you, you will want to
So
consider them.
anyone that's dealing with U.S. Marshals throughout the country, every single county or entity will have to adopt these changes then.
If the marshal sends this to them to do so, they will need to consider it. I don't know if the marshals intend to send this out to 100% of their entities. I presume so, but that's not something we are privy to.
Gotcha. I'm just wondering, like, with all there's a flurry of executive orders. I mean, that's a lot to keep everyone's attention. So my concern is just, are we going to have to get into every single one that applies to us? Because who knows, there could be executive orders that apply to island issues, right? To coastal resiliency or anything else like that. So my question is, how much are we going to have to be bogged down accepting something that, to me, if the president orders it by executive authority and they're allowed to do that, then it should just be a given, right? So I get it. It changes the complexity of the language of the contract, but I'm just saying, God, we could spend a lot of time in the future on every single executive order.
You could potentially.
I can't imagine every single one has been vetted by your office or any other department here in the county.
This one, a lot of these may show up, Commissioner, as notice only, and
Gotcha.
if they become a time constraint, they could potentially go into consent if that's more practicable to the court.
Yeah,
Because
I
we
think
have
that
no
would.
say in it.
Like I said,
it's just going through.
I'm just going to be
Yeah.
practical. I'm not going to even argue on the issue. If it has to be adopted, then let's just get it in and get it out, so we don't have to put it on consent on regular agenda. Just put it in consent and just have it go through if we need to. That's my biggest concern.
Too.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these modifications, they do come from the sheriff's office. They put them on the agenda for the judge to sign off. But this particular one, it states the local government is not required to sign this document.
Right.
So I'm not sure what we're approving.
So, yeah, I mean, just.
We asked her when she sent it, I think when she contacted you, but since we have put all of their other contracts and amendments through, we just thought this was prudent for us to follow the same path that we had done. Yes.
I just want to go on record that I think it's a waste of time to be discussing this issue. If it's an executive order, then that's the authority given to the president, and I support any and every president, regardless of party affiliation, that's their obligation, the right to be able to do that. But if it takes our time to have to go through every single item, I feel it's a waste of resources for the county, for electeds, for staff, and for this court to entertain every single one, because I can guarantee you there's hundreds of others that have not been vetted by any one of us, because there's so many coming out every day that it's just, I think it's just going to bog us down. So that's my concern. It's just the efficiency of this court.
Mm-hmm.
So
we can do that. Consent is better for the future, so. Just a suggestion. I think we will, since it doesn't even require, but did we have a motion on this? I've lost track of time.
You made the motion.
I made the motion. Commissioner Pusley seconded. Thank you.
Well, I feel a little differently, that's what the commissioners say here. But if anything's going to change for us, I think we should know about it. I think it should come to us. How long it takes, I mean, that's why we're here, but how long it takes up to us to say, you know what, let's just look at this way. Want to go to executive session, take care of it, But if it's going to change something that we do, I mean, I sure definitely want to know about it. I don't want somebody just to do it, and then later on says, well, it didn't come to me. Why did you change it?
Okay.
So it could create a problem too, right? But, I mean, nobody wants to sit here and spend hours on it. We understand that, I mean, we do already sometimes, but anyway, this is, I think, to me, we can just give an open blank authorization, either say change whatever you want.
Agree. But I think in this wording thing, then we can possibly go to consent in the future. If somebody wants to pull it off, we can have more discussion or something. So that's a good compromise. So So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes with Commissioner Modas absent. Item number 2, I guess this is while you all are here. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving the execution of a cooperative contract purchase with Timekeeping Solutions for the Texas Department of Information Resources cooperative contract for the purchase and installation of GUARD real-time keeping system in the total amount of $88,565.66. And I think, Teresa, you were going to talk about this, or Michael, do you want to? I see you shaking your head.
I was just going to say the funding source is capital outlay, and the sheriff has to budget for that additional year from their budget. Just $88,565.66 capital outlay.
Okay. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
So let me ask a couple of questions. What timekeeping system is the Sheriff's Department currently utilizing?
Captain Willoughby, any of you guys want to go to the microphone, please?
This isn't our timekeeping system for hourly employees. This is our timekeeping, how we track rounds and track other items in the jail to maintain compliance with Texas Commission on Jail Standards. This isn't our timekeeping per se as far as paying people. This is how we track our officers' activities in the facility.
Okay.
The company is Timekeeping Incorporated. The product is Guard One.
Yeah, it just seemed like really expensive. I mean, besides the $88,000, it's going to require $22,000 a year for support and hosting. Is this a cloud-based system?
Yes, sir. This is a cloud-based system that allows us to track rounds in electronic. It's going to let us do away with paperwork. It's a giant liability policy is what it is. And it lets us tell you exactly where an officer was, what time they did their rounds, where they were when they did it.
Okay. And this, Teresa, this will come out of, they'll have to budget this $22,000 in their budget every year.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
22,000.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes with Commissioner Chesney out. Item
You said
C.
22,000, but it's 88,000, right?
That's the first year.
First year,
Okay.
they will have to budget for the.
And after that, it's $22,000 a year
Yes.
for maintenance.
Okay.
Item C1, discuss and consider conditional selection of the 2 low bid vendors, Gateway Printing and Office Supplies and Coastal Office Products for ARPA-funded medical examiner furniture.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All 4 ayes with Commissioner Chesney out. Item number 2, discuss and consider conditional selection of Salam International for ARPA-funded medical examiner autopsy equipment in the amount of $72,150.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes again, all 4 with Commissioner Chesney out of the room. Item, do I have to keep saying that? You know, I think he left, he had a meeting, had a doctor's appointment, he'll be back. Item number 3, discuss and consider conditional selection of Rental World LLC and Nationwide Trailers for ARPA-funded Nueces County Coastal Parks equipment. It's ARPA-funded, and make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes 4 unanimous. Item number 4, discuss and consider rejecting all bids for the Nueces County Coastal Parks vehicles and authorize the purchasing agent to publish a new notice and related matters. This is one they've had trouble getting bids on. Is there any other way to do this? Isn't this?
Well,
has
no, this
the
is our
second
first
one?
time. This is
Oh,
our first
the
time we
first
put this one out. Yes.
I thought it was the second time.
Right. I had some conversation with Scott Cross, and he believes that there's some other companies that didn't participate that we actually get normal quotes from cooperatives, and we're going to encourage them to submit a bid on this project. And so we believe by going out to bid a second time, we'll get some more competition on this.
Motion to pass then.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. On item D1, approve the budget amendment number 07 for fiscal year 24-25.
I respectfully submit budget amendment number 7 for Commissioners Court's approval. There are some items of a routine nature, reclassification of fundings between departments. There is a item to use general administration's reserve appropriations. There was a budgeting error due to whenever we closed the social services department. There were 3 copiers that were at social services. Those funds were removed when the budget was adopted, and we still have to pay the contracts.
Yes, and we were made aware of that late. Yes. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 2, approve budget amendment number 011.
Project amendment budget for budget 11 includes the reallocation of funds between several different projects as submitted. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, we respectfully request approval.
And this includes all of us and our CEOs coming back to us, so I'd make the motion to approve as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, and Commissioner Chesney is online, and he said aye. Yes. Item number 3, discuss and review the monthly financial report for fiscal year 24-25, ending in February 2025.
Yes, I respectfully submit the unaudited, unadjusted monthly expense report for the 5 months ending February 28th, 2025. I know that it says that it's the expense report, but it's actually the monthly financial report. If you turn to page 4, of the attachment, the monthly financial report attachment, you'll see that revenues are where they should be. As you're aware, the general fund is primarily funded through property tax revenue. Property tax revenues are seasonal in nature, where the majority of your revenues are collected in the first and second quarters of the year, and then the amount of revenues coming in dwindles for the remainder of the year. We have collected 94.9% of current property taxes to date for Nueces County. The road and bridge on page 6 has collected 96.3% of budgeted property tax revenues. Revenues are consistent and appear to be in line with where we would expect to be for this time of year. Moving on to page 16 with the expenditures by function, as has been for as long as I can recall. Law enforcement and corrections continues to be the largest expenditure that Nueces County has in the general fund at 38.1%, or just over $19 million of the $50 million that we have spent to date. If you look to the page 17 next to that, you'll see how the expenditures are classified in the general fund. Again, salary and benefits is the highest expense that we have for the general fund at 59.3% of our actual expenditures to date. On page 18, there is a year-over-year comparison so that you can see where we were this time of year for each of those expenses last year, and then compare that with where we are this year for our expenses to date. As you can see, our expenditures year over year have increased by $5,265,000, or 11.7%. Pages 20 through 66 are all the detailed expenses where we're comparing the budget to the budget or the working budget, the adopted budget or the working budget, to the year-to-date activity. It provides you the remaining available and the percent that's still available for the remainder of the year. Given that we are currently with 42% completed of the year, we should have approximately 58% remaining. Any departments that are below the 58% remaining, they would need to closely monitor their budgets to ensure that they're able to remain in compliance for the remainder of the year. We have sent out notifications to all departments that have a budget, what used to be referred to as a budget category, now it's called a ledger account, that where their budget, where their expenses to date have exceeded their budgeted funds for those line items. We've notified all the department heads and elected officials of those variances so that they can go ahead and submit those budget amendments to Commissioners Court for approval. If you continue past page 67, you will see the year-to-date expenses for road and bridge, as well as year-over-year expenditures for each fund and each cost center within those funds. I would like to point out that on page, I just passed it. On page 70, you will see that per your request from the previous Commissioners Court, our office worked in conjunction with the Director of Inland Parks, who does the lawn maintenance work at the stadium and fairgrounds. Of concern would be that his, and we recognize those expenses as a transfer from one fund to another to reimburse him for his labor that he, of his workers whenever they go and they cut the grass for the stadium. I believe that their budget year to date is $22,000, and as of February, they have already billed $20,549. We anticipate that if they continue to cut the grass, they will go over budget, and Commissioners Court would need to transfer additional funding to Mr. Herrera Inland Parks to cover the salaries of those employees that are cutting the grass.
So somebody has grass? Sorry.
It's like a parking lot over there.
The thing, Judge, is that it's not necessarily grass, but there's a lot more services. It's 130 some odd acres. But the idea there is that we were going to get from, this is back when Steve Waterman was there, we were getting that was the agreed upon sum. So if the court wishes, we can just hit that number and then we'll continue doing our work, but we've transferred that amount into our budget. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the rest will be that the parks covers the cost on doing that work. So if the funding is not available, we'll continue on, but we will.
Because I still have to have that
Correct.
stuff done.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. So, Commissioner, excuse me, I know this is your, but I just have a couple of questions. So, Edward, this is for maintenance and care around the fairgrounds?
Correct. We cut 137 acres over there.
Okay. Does any of the fairgrounds maintenance outside of the building, is that covered by OVG and their?
Correct, yes, sir. So, like, say, for instance, there's a broken line or a broken hose bib or something, they're responsible for that. All we're doing is the yard maintenance.
All you're doing is the
Weed
130
eating.
acres of farmland that we have out there.
Correct.
At one time, we were allowing, there was a farmer who was, if I remember right, who was farming that. We leased it to him every year. We're not doing that
No,
anymore?
you are, but that's the other 300 acres. You got like 500 acres out there total.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's taking all that other area.
Can he do the other 300? Maybe we need to make him a deal, huh? I mean, seriously, I mean, it's just plowed field or open field. Why don't we ask if he's interested in taking another 300 acres?
Well, a lot of this is our nature area, where's that pond in the back, and it's not conducive to farming.
Okay. Thank you.
The guy that cut, the farmer that cuts over there, we're leasing that to him, right?
Yes, sir.
So that money that comes in from there, where does that go?
That's a Lisa question.
Does that go to the general fund?
So
Stadium fund.
revenue stays where it's generated. So if the revenue was generated by Fund 14, the revenue would remain in Fund 14.
So why can't we use Fund 14 to supplement maintenance?
So
Or lawn or whatever.
that's currently what's happening. The Fund 14 transfers money to Fund 17. Fund 17, his inland staff, to reimburse his staff for their hours worked. Regarding the maintenance, I believe that Teresa has information about OEG.
Oh, they have a cap of $5,000 on expenses that they cover.
But that's per item, Judge. It's
Per item, okay,
Yes.
not annually.
And not annually.
Okay.
Oh, no, not annually, for anything that breaks or something happens, they can only, if it's over 5K, then the county has to pay for it.
Okay.
So I just want to say, what Edward just said is, whatever it was allocated, Edward, you keep that amount, which is 22, I guess. And then from there on,
we'll just continue doing
it. Extra money on Fund 14, we can use it, I guess.
Yes, so like I did last year, should Edward require additional funding at the end of the year, I can bring an item to Commissioner's Court, should it be the will of the court, to help transfer additional funds if Fund 14 has them available to Fund 17 if Fund 17 needs those funds.
Right.
So it's on an as needed, as available.
But if they're not available, he don't get it. And if you
Yes.
understand that, Edward?
If he doesn't need it and they don't have it, of course, Commissioner's Court wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, he just said he would do it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I think that's a good deal. So, do we need to make a motion on that?
No, this is just an update.
Okay.
This is just yes. So moving on then to item 4, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of workday order form 00497-810.0 for a 5-year success plan subscription in the total amount of $462,350 and related matters. And I believe this is yours, Ms. Lisa.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We respectfully request the approval of a quote for a 5-year contract. The annual expense would be $92,470. Over that 5 years, it becomes a total of $462,350 that would be paid from the county auditor's budget in our operating budget every year. There is an attachment that tells you what the Workday Success Plan overview is and defines exactly what we would be getting. These services are directly from Workday versus going through our third-party implementer, Strata.
Did we anticipate this when we changed over to Workday? Is this part of what the plan was originally?
This is the plan that
Bell
flag.
County has, and they've had a lot of success with it.
Okay.
And we have a workday, there's a Texas region for public users of Workday where we get together and we talk out different problems that our areas had and how others have resolved it. Bell County uses this service. They've had a lot of success with it.
And you already have this?
We already
and
have a
this
portion
work
of
here
this.
is in your budget already? This
Yes,
amount?
that's correct.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, please, Commissioner.
I do. If it's actually, I'm going to ask
Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Pusley was first, sorry.
All good. Just letting you know.
Yes, sir. I'll get you next.
Okay, so you're changing from the vendor that you purchased the software through originally and moving to a different company to provide the services that you require?
No,
So what does this give you? Because I don't see a statement of work here.
There's a Workday Success Plan overview that was attached.
Well, I read that, but that's pie in the sky. What does that mean? I mean, what are they actually going to provide for this amount of money?
So
Is this training? Is this?
yes, there's training involved where you're able to ask for. You're able to bring various questions or issues that you have to Workday, and Workday will teach you how to fix these issues going forward versus making the correction for you and you're reliant on them to do it for you every year after.
So do they have a dedicated staff that's going to help you do this, or how does this work?
Yes.
Is this on-site, through telephone calls, through?
It's through Teams meetings, yes.
Okay. I guess, and I fully support having this kind of support. I'm just a little concerned that we're light on details here for this amount of money. To spend what is essentially $500,000, and really all we have is, this kind of looks like when you go to compare one cell phone to the next, they'll check off what one cell phone will do and the other one won't. And so I would like to see a more detailed explanation of what services are going to be provided and how it's done.
I believe that something was on the confidential agenda attached. We were told it needed to go through on the confidential agenda. Did y'all?
I wasn't.
No.
And is this service going to be available to everyone, like our budget office as well, for them to utilize on Workday, or is this just for your office?
Yes, it would be available for HCM. Budget would be available. Not every Nueces County employee would have access to this service because there is a limited number of hours and questions that you get. Just one moment.
And we should have had somebody from IT here to help answer some of these questions. Lisa, I realize this is not your bailiwick, but I don't know, Your Honor. I'm just a little concerned about this, but I'll
Commissioner Chesney has some questions too. So yes, let's see if this clears it up.
And I apologize, I've got to run into my my procedure. I'd really like to table this item. I am not comfortable with it at all. I'd like our budget officer to be involved in this process. I don't have any clue as to why we would be needing to do this after we've spent all these millions of dollars on Workday, which has been pretty much of a disaster countywide. So I'm not comfortable with this item in any way, shape, or form, and I would respectfully ask that the court table this so that our budget officer can be involved in it, so we can get more briefings on it. I'm just, why we're spending another $500,000 after we spent $5 or $6 million on Workday or whatever we spent it on that was recommended by the auditor's office. My confidence in the recommendations, respectfully, on Workday in general are not good. So I would make a motion to table this until the next meeting to have further discussions and have our budget officer involved in this.
We have a motion and a second to table and bring this back to our next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
And Your Honor, I just want to state, Lisa, this has no reflection on anything you did. I just think this is a little light on details, and if Commissioner Chesney hadn't made that recommendation, I was going to make the same one. But we need to dive more deeply into this to see what this is going to provide for this amount of money.
Yes, sir. I understand. I can see if whenever we have the next meeting, if we can have a representative from Workday available.
That'd be great.
That'd be good.
All right. Thank you so much.
So we should be going into executive. We'll bring the other items up afterwards. I see my grandchildren have walked in. Sorry. Item number 4, going into executive session.
Call security.
Yeah, I think we need law enforcement here for that road.
They're here to speak in public forum.
All right. Executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation. And for those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go to executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Berlin's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. And before I list these, let me also point out that we are going to be doing interviews at 1 o'clock and 1:30, so this will be a lengthy time for some of you if you're planning on returning. Item A today will be consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to Cerro Longoria versus Nueces County 225CV0012 in the Southern District of Texas, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to the February 20th, 2025 claim of Julia Shadrach and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, conduct interviews of applicants at 1 o'clock and 1:30. Item D, consult with the county attorney on making the county judge the chief budget officer for the Nueces County and to create a budget department that supports those efforts. Take action in open session if necessary, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues related to policies generated contained in the Nueces County Personnel Policy Manual and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary, Texas Government Code 551.071. And we voted unanimously to bring 3812. Discuss and consider taking action regarding termination of the agreement between the owner and contractor with DLF Texas for construction of the Hilltop Community Center renovation project and Nueces County contracts, Texas Government Code 551.071. And I think the rest we are just bringing back afterwards for discussion. Okay. It is 11:39 and we are going to executive.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. That makes sense. I'm going to appoint a county budget officer to prepare a county budget.
We're on
County budget, just take out officer, I think.
But don't we have to designate who it is? The county budget officer liaison would be the county budget officer.
That's gonna, yeah, if comfortable making that now.
Okay, we are recording, and it is 2:33, and we are back. Pulling up item 3A12, Commissioner Pusley, that we took into executive. We're back out. 3A12.
My microphone works, okay. Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a motion as per this item to move forward with terminating the agreement between the county and DLF construction for the Hilltop Community Center renovation project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes with Commissioner Mata stepped out. Moving on to item 13 is yours also. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving method of procurement, IFB invitation for bids for Hilltop Community Center renovations.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up a little drawing here that I put together on my new toy. And this basically what we're going to do, Court, is we're going to move forward with rebidding this project now that we've canceled the DLF contract. But if you look at the top left-hand corner, it will basically give a description of how we're going to bid this project out this time. So Building A will be a bid out as a complete renovation. Building B, which was renovated some years ago but is in pretty good shape, has its own separate air conditioning system. That will be an additive. And then C, this Building C will be where the EOC Center is going to be located, and we're going to do that regardless. That'll be a complete renovation as well. E is the WIC Center, which will be a complete renovation, but is a smaller building, as you see. And then on D will be an additive, number 2, and that's where all of the voting machines are stored. And then item F, all we're going to have to do to that building, because it's been completely remodeled just a few years ago, is we need to replace the rooftop air conditioner. And so that's how this project will be bid out, so that we can basically select what we can afford to do. And I've worked with Michael Robertson in detail to get this put back out for bid so that we can stay on time for getting this project finished. Now, if this comes back to where it's too expensive, and once again, we can't afford to do it this way, then we'll come back to the court after that with a plan B, which will be, I assure you, completely different than this. So I would like to make a motion to approve going forward with going out for bid as per the item as described.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Gonzalez seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4 with 1 missing. Item number 14, did we get all the information we needed for this to move forward, discuss and consider updating and adopting the Nueces County Investment Committee policy and authorize the investment officers to execute documents in regard to the policy changes? I believe you were all passed out the red line changes.
Yes. Motion to approve as submitted.
With the changes.
As per,
Yes.
as with the changes included.
I'll second that. For discussion, I'll second. Go ahead. Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
No.
I thought you.
No, I was just seconding. Sorry.
Oh, well,
But
he
you
can
did.
second then.
No, it's okay.
I'm part of it. Yeah. I thought I was doing a second so he could ask a question. Sorry. Any other discussion?
No, ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to executive agenda item A. Consult with the county attorney on outside counsel on legal matters related to Sarah Longoria versus Nueces County. And
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion with respect to that item, please. I would move that we approve the cost of mediation in the matter of Sarah Longoria versus Nueces County 2.25 CV-00112 in the Southern District of Texas, and direct the auditor and, is that supposed to be district clerk?
No, county clerk.
Or county, I'm sorry, county clerk, auditor and county clerk to expedite payment in accordance with the invoice as provided, and Commissioner Pusley will represent the Commissioners Court at mediation.
a second that motion. All those in favor, or any other? Yes.
It's as provided by the mediator. So the mediator's going to, no, he's going to provide it. That's, I knew that was what you were, I knew that's what you were questioning.
Provided by the mediator.
Right. Don't know. That's why you're going to get an invoice and we've approved it.
So it doesn't matter.
Yep, doesn't matter.
Blank check.
Nope. No blank check. We just don't know exact number, but Jenny's going to take care of it.
There's a line right there. You can see.
Yeah.
No blank checks here.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Could see it on your face.
We'll leave item D.
B.
D.
B.
I don't think there's.
Judge, I have a motion.
C. What do we do? C.
No,
No, there's no action.
just D. We're next. You have.
D, item D, is that what you said, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Pursuant to local government code, subchapter C, alternate method of budget preparation in counties with population of more than 125,000, I move to appoint our current county budget officer liaison to be designated as the county budget officer beginning October 1, 2025 for the beginning of the 2025-26 fiscal year. Further, that the county auditor, budget officer, and county judge prepare a transition plan to present to the Commissioners Court at least 30 days prior to the October 1 date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I apologize. Did you say effective with the 25-26 budget?
October 1.
October 1. So for the preparation of the budget, will it still be
No, it's
prepared?
beginning of the 25-26 fiscal year, so it would be.
So the budget process where we send out the packets in 2 weeks, she will assume those?
No. October 1, 2025, she would be designated. That's not right now.
26.
Okay.
Next year. But working together
Yes,
on the
next year.
transition, all of us, yes. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues related to policies on the Nueces County personnel policy. And I will make the motion to change in the personnel matters of discipline for all employees who report directly to the whole court. A level 1, the judge has the authorization to do. A level 2, the judge plus 1 commissioner. And a level 3, bring the individual into the court for.
Commissioner's Court.
And that's that's everybody who reports to Commissioner's Court, just to be clear. So
Yes, everybody that reports directly.
Yeah. Second, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I think that is everything. Did I miss anything, anybody?
Did you not take that from you?
No.
No, okay, that's fine.
No action. Do we have adjournments in memory? And I know Commissioner Chesney has many, so if you want to get started, do you have any too?
Yes, ma'am. I will do these. First one is Jason Segrist, 52, passed away on March 15, 2025, born in Corpus Christi, where he graduated from Flower Bluff High School. Jason attended Texas Tech University, where he was an active member of the Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity, and after a few years of missing the South Texas coast, moved back home where he earned a Bachelor of Science in Geology at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. While living in Corpus Christi, Jason worked many enjoyable years in the oil and gas industry until moving to Houston with his family, where he worked for Shoal Lumber for the past 10 years. Jason was definitely someone who was deep-rooted in Corpus Christi, as many family members still here, and was someone that never met a stranger. Condolences to the Seekers family. My second one, fortunately, I have way too many today. Larry Running Turtle Salazar, 68, of Corpus Christi, Texas, went home to be with his Creator on March 16, 2025. He was a loving spouse, father, grandfather, uncle, friend, counselor, and teacher. He touched the lives of many with his wisdom, stories, and open heart. He never met a stranger and was always willing to help those in need. Genevieve Schwertlich, on March 24th at 1:29, Genevieve went to her eternal resting place in heaven. She was a lifelong devoted Catholic. Jean and Ed were members of the Association of Holy Family Guild. She was a member of SPJST for 75 years, receiving an honorary pin, and her roots run deep in the history of the American Fraternal Benefits System. Her son lives here in Corpus Christi as well, and our condolences to their family. Hushang Azali was born on May 10, 1924 in Iran. As the eldest of 9 siblings, he began working alongside with his father at the young age of 14, and later as a respected businessman, serving as a wholesale supplier of dry goods in the bazaar. He married the love of his life, and together they shared nearly 70 years of marriage. Through their union, they were blessed with 5 children, 14 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren, creating a legacy that will truly span for generations to come. It was a very moving service, and so many family members that he has here. Our condolences to the Azali family. Dr. Maria Concela Martinez passed away peacefully on March 21st, 2025, surrounded by her family in her last days. She was a woman of compassion and grace. She loved family time at the ranch, playing cards, Chinese checkers, dominoes, and slot machines. She cherished singing, and especially mariachi music, colorful flowers, and found joy in nature. Education, spiritual and academic, was her passion. Inclusive and non-judgmental, she avoided gossip and believed in listening to children with one soul. Our condolences to the Martinez family. Alice Sutherland, a woman who I grew up with, was born November 25th, 1932, and passed into her eternal rest on March 24th, 2025, surrounded by her children and family. She was a beloved wife to the love of her life, Gerald, to whom she was married on March 8, 1953, at the First Christian Church. She was a Corpus Christi girl and spent her informative years as the youngest of 3 girls to her parents, Collis Pinky Bigler and Alice Inez Wilson, both of Corpus Christi. Despite her many activities, her complete devotion was to her husband and to her 4 children, 12 grandchildren, and 18 great-grandchildren, whom she loved fiercely and was completely devoted. She and Gerald spent their weekends with their 2 boys at their motocross races, tennis matches, golf and hunting, and their daughters, who they took around the state in rodeo competitions. Family gatherings were spent with Alice and Gerald hosting endless cookouts and party at the ranch in Mineral, Texas, always with a smile and an eye for fun. She will truly be missed by many. Condolences to the Sutherland family. David Clarence Maston Sr. David was my bailiff when I was a judge in County Court Law Number 5. He passed away on April 3rd, 2025. He was a loving grandfather, brother, and friend who touched the lives of many with his warmth, kindness, and dedication. He was a man of passions. He had a deep love for music, especially playing guitar. He was a proud member of the Veterans Funky Rock Jazz Band, where he shared his musical talents with fellow veterans. His service extended beyond the stage as he participated in over 2,000 funerals for veterans with the Memorial Services Detachment, honoring his brothers and sisters in arms with dedication and respect. Additionally, David enjoyed fishing and cherished the moments spent with his dogs at the local dog park, always taking time to appreciate life's simple pleasures. We'll definitely miss David Matson. And finally, Judge Elizabeth Rutherford Moore. With profound sadness, we announced the passing of Elizabeth Rutherford Moore, known lovingly as Liz. She died peacefully at her home in Port Aransas, Texas, on March 18, 2025. Beyond her profession, Liz was a devoted mother, grandmother, and friend. She had a deep love for the imagining world of Jim Henson and Sesame Street, with a special fondness for Kermit the Frog, her official, unofficial mascot, and a symbol of the humor, heart, and quiet strength she carried through life. She was a lifelong fan of Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, E.T., and Indiana Jones, and had a long-time love for the music of James Taylor, whose songs were a personal favorite throughout her life. Our condolences to the Moore family in the passing of Elizabeth Rutherford Moore. Thank you.
Are there any others? And I repeat your sentiment, our condolences to the Moore, the Mastons, the Sutherlands, the Martinezes, the Azolis, the Swartlicks, the Salazars, and the Seacrest families. Yes, very much. It is 2:48, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.